All right, question for Ease. Would you kill your child, your son, if your God told you to?
You said the Most High told me to?
Yeah.
Man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is. Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is.
Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is.
A 22-year-old woman told hotel workers in Holmes County that she had been directed by God. To go on a shooting spree about the solar eclipse, and that not long after she left the hotel in a purple Dodge Challenger driving to the interstate, traveling west, shooting into two cars. One of the drivers was shot in the neck, the other grazed in his arm.
If your God came to you right now, tonight, in pomp and glory, shining, and he commanded the death of your child, would you sacrifice your child?
If the Most High is going to do it, of course. If the Most High is going to do it, of course.
If the Most High is going to do it, of course.
Peter Lucas Moses refers to himself as a radical religious person who is with the Black Hebrews. And he just pleaded guilty to killing a 4-year-old and a woman that he was living with. He killed the 4-year-old because he thought he was gay.
Moses believed 4-year-old Higginbotham was homosexual. Klein says Moses took Higginbotham to the garage, played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew, and shot him. Played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew and shot him. Played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew and shot him.
If God came to you and told you to sacrifice your kid, would you sacrifice your kid?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
God is called a terrible, demon-like power. God is called a terrible, demon-like power. God is called a terrible, demon-like power. So Napa means empty, you could say, or open. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible.
According to the criminal complaint, Polite told investigators God told him to shoot Pastor Germany. God told him to shoot Pastor Germany.
God told him to shoot Pastor Germany.
And he wanted to go to jail to clear his mind.
Would you kill your child or your grandchild if God told you to?
Oh, man.
So that's a yes?
Yeah, it's a yes. It's a yes.
It's a yes.
But I think that it would be a test. I don't think the Lord would actually tell you to do it. I think it would just be a test because we can see.
You'd be willing to go through with it.
I'll go through any trial the Lord puts me through.
He was leader Yahweh Ben Yahweh, the self-proclaimed Son of God. One day in 1981, her North Dade home became a house of death. Banks and her husband, Carlton Carey, had just returned from talking with police about another Yahweh member who had been decapitated. Today, Yahweh Ben Yahweh is charged in her attempted murder and the death of her husband. October 1986, Yahweh's take over an open-block apartment building. Two residents who were ordered to leave publicly complained. That night, both were shot to death.
Wow! Judah, do you hear me? If the Most High Yahweh tells you to kill your family, would you do it? Yes or no?
Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes.
Oh, Judah, no. Damn.
Judah didn't mean that, y'all.
If the Most High say, put your family down, would you do it for the Most High?
By faith, yes. By faith, yes.
By faith, yes.
But he's going to tell me not to do it, just like he did Abraham. We have a story like that already. Next.
The moral law is that if a child was to be rebellious, towards their parents, they was to be taken down and stoned to death because of that. You see what I'm saying?
Would you do that? Would you do that if your God came back to you today in glory and said, I want you to stone your son if he get rebellious? Would you? Would you do it?
Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would.
Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would.
Wow.
The Most High was to come to you and ask you to off your loved ones. Would you do it, brother?
If I had made the mistake, if I didn't have ancestors inside of me and I made the mistake to make babies with outside nations, and then I heard the download from my ancestors saying that you need to put them away, yes, I will put them away. Yes, I will put them away.
Yes, I will put them away.
Okay, Judah Nazareth, if the Most High come to you and say, I want you to put down your family, I have a better movement for you that I need you to do, would you do it?
Go out of here.
Creative gang is undefeated. I keep it real, pack to steal it for whoever want it. Clap, Judah be running laps when he get confronted. Got Devil Cosmon to knock you off of 500. They hit the club, roll up a Judah dub, forever blunted. Contemplating on who we gonna take out next. Got Cosmon, Cal, Malaki Macabee the best. The 4 horsemen who understand the business. Contract killers won't hesitate to kill a witness. 21 bodies executed on my hit list. JJ trying to watch me, trying to take pictures. Yara working with woods and paint, a bunch of snitches. Peer pressure separate the real from the bitches. Niggas be gang gang until you start to bang bang. Let a nigga brains hang on everybody like dang. You thought it couldn't happen. Yara wouldn't smoke 9/11 Manhattan. Bullets in his breastplate, both lungs collapsing. Hands reaching in the air for the air he grasped it. The flyer was made, Sila Shalom first captain. But the captain ran away just like if nothing happened. I'm a certified killer. Peel a nigga, cut him open and feed him his own liver. Graphic is how I paint the picture. Shoot shots like a pitcher. Split JJ like a swisher. Cut the head off for the lion's den and watch the rest of the body quiver. Core shots I deliver when it's crunch time on the trigger. Got 2 pair of eagles fly like seagulls when it's time. I scoot out, shoot out. air out Yara every time. Standing behind enemy lines, killing my enemies every time. Defend the faith like Muslim Sunni soldiers at a shrine. I facilitate thoughts beyond the thoughts of mankind. Creative gang is in the prime while you niggas get left behind. Creative gang is undefeated. Salute, Daryl Cosma, Cosma and Cal, Malaki Macabee, and the whole Creative gang. Nigga, we outside with it. All that huffing and puffing don't mean nothing. You step in the dojo.
Step in the dojo, you dig? All praises to the Almighty Creator that always was, is, and ever shall be. The mighty and great Spirit, the mighty and great I am, the all-powerful, all-knowledge, and everywhere present at the same time and not in form and figure of any man, woman, angel, animal. It's your little brother, Malaki Macabee, and y'all see the topic, man. Yeah. Maybe some girls getting grinded. You know what I mean? Creative gang, though. Shout out to the gang. I see y'all in the building. Shout out to my brother Dreadful Cosmon, West Coast. Shout out to my brother Sila Shalom. You know what I mean? A-Town down in this deal. Shout out to my brothers, man. Hey, look, all these brothers, make sure y'all go like, subscribe, and share. You know what I mean? Catch up. You know what I mean? Daryl Cosmon, make sure y'all go like, subscribe, share. Cosmon, Cal, like, subscribe, share. Prince Judah Vaughn, like, subscribe, share. I mean, it's so many channels, man. You know, Bronze Yoga, Uber Lifestyles, Intuitive Goat. I mean, we out, you know, the gang outside, man. The gang outside. You dig? Shout out to my good brother on the screen, Sila Shalom. He got a debate coming up. We might have to park another misfortunate and handicapped, you know what I mean? But look, that's just another day at the office for us. You feel me? Matter of fact, he got a little promotional video, a couple seconds long. Let's play that real quick. You know what I mean? We support ours over this way. You dig? And see, like you already know, boy. When the gun go off, we in the building. Care what nobody got to say. You feel me? Let me go on up. I think we got a little promotional going on here, man. Oh wait.
Them have the heart of a pagan. The children have the heart of a lion, I know. Evil a move with Satan. Righteous trod in the countenance of the Almighty One. Them have the heart of demons. The children have the heart of a lion, I know. Evil a move with Satan. Righteous walk in the countenance of the Almighty One. Poor people see hostility rising daily.
Shout out to my brother. Shout out to my brother Sila Shalom. You dig? Is Ethiopian Christianity Greco/Roman influence? The guy actually agreed to it. Shout out to my sister Elisa Edwards and my brother Yada Elyon in the building. Stand up, love and light. Yeah, this is somebody that was mad at our brother's presentation over on Sinetta Part 1 and 2 and acting like he wanted some, you know what I mean? But I had to bring everybody attention. He called himself aligning himself with the baby killers y'all just watched. Yeah. When they called themselves forming a dream team, you know, to come against the gang, they was adding niggas on the flyer. He was one of them. You know what I mean? But then he ended up mysteriously leaving the debate. He never really got a chance to say nothing. But I remembered he aligned himself against us with them. You dig? So I just let him know, like, bro, look, you gonna lose like you lost last time. I wasn't part of the debate. This is an Ethiopian Jabari. I wasn't part of the debate. You know what I mean? No, but you was on the flyer though, which means you thought you was gonna be able to blow your guns at us, boy. Nah. So anyway. Bro got this debate right here coming up this Saturday, y'all. This Saturday, December 20th, I believe 6 p.m. You know what I mean, on Sinetta Studios. And I believe C-Lot will be broadcasting at the same time on his channel as well. You know what I mean? So y'all tap in with the brothers, man. Check us on out, because you know we all about that battle of the holy books, right? We've been trying to get these cats to come outside and stay on topic for the longest. Everybody start getting mad. You know what I mean? And start short circuiting.
Battle of the holy books. Biblical battle.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait, oh, wait, oh, wait. Oh, wait. I see y'all in the chat, though. Shout out to my brothers and sisters in the chat, man. Gang in this thing. All right, we about to get started. I'm going to show y'all one more thing, though, and then we're going to go ahead and get it done right here. Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, wait.
Welcome to Pleroma Pathways, Apocalyptic
Check this out.
and Mystic Christianity, where the Logos as an Angel. Welcome to Pleroma Pathways, Apocalyptic and Mystic Christianity, where we explore esoteric and apocalyptic texts. The concept of the Logos as an angelic being is deeply embedded in ancient Jewish and Hellenistic thought, particularly in the writings of Philo of Alexandria. Philo describes the Logos as a mediator between God and the world, an intermediary power that functions as God's messenger and creative agent.
Hey, notice it said Jewish and Hellenistic thought. When you hear the Hell or the Hellenistic, you're dealing with Greek culture. Now, hold on. I thought the Greeks was our enemies. What is all that? You remember the Feast of the Dedication and, bros wasn't with the bowing to Zeus and, eating swine. And now all of a sudden, when you rolling up on the 1st century of the Common Era, you got quote unquote Jewish folk merging what you call Torah and Jewish ideals and thoughts with Greek culture, Greek mythology. Philo was one of them. Watch this. Oh yeah, we gonna look. We got a nice little thing, a nice little smorgasbord prep for you. Watch this.
In this framework, the Logos takes on characteristics commonly associated with angels, particularly in its role as the divine word, the great archangel, and the ruler of Israel. Philo's description of the Logos.
Hold on. He's talking this before the Gospel of John is even written. The Gospel of John ain't even written to 60, 70 years, allegedly, you dig, after the death of who you call Jesus. Well, that means it wasn't written by an eyewitness. It was anonymous. It didn't even have the gospel, the name John on it. And the earliest attestation we got of the Gospel of John is from a church father in the 2nd century. But Philo, who was born 20 BCE and died around 40 or 50 of the Common Era, already had extensive works out about the Logos, how the Logos is an angel, how the angel of God or the angel of the Lord, how the Logos is used to create everything, how the Logos is the second God. Look at this. So whoever's writing John, guess who they are a student of? Philo. Well, who was Philo studying? Stick around.
Logos as an angel. Philo of Alexandria explicitly refers to the Logos as an angelic being. In On the Confusion of Tongues 146, he writes, "And even if there be not as yet anyone who is worthy to be called a son of God, nevertheless let him labor earnestly to be adorned according to his firstborn word, Logos, the eldest of his angels."
Hold on. In the beginning was the word, or in the beginning was the Logos, and the Logos was with God, and the Logos was God. Y'all, this is all Greek mythology. Stick around. You're going to see, look, the originators of this whole Logos thing, were they worshipers of the Great Spirit? Did they roll with the Creator? Or were they diehard worshipers of Zeus? Hey, man. Hey, watch this.
As the great archangel of many names, for he is called the authority and the name of God and the word, Logos, and man according to God's image, and he who sees Israel. Here, the Logos is directly called the eldest of his angels and the great archangel. This passage highlights the Logos as the firstborn of God's heavenly host, emphasizing its function as a divine messenger and ruler over Israel. In On Dreams 1.215, Philo further describes the Logos as the angelic presence of God. For God, as shepherd and king, leads all things according to justice, and the divine word, Logos, is the divider of all things, and the captain and pilot of the universe, and the law by which all things are directed. But some say that he is himself a man, and that he is called the being, Hoon, and that he is the eldest of the angels, both the ruler of Israel and the visible Lord, who, being the eldest of all, is called the archangel. Philo's description aligns with the Jewish belief that God communicates with the world through angelic intermediaries. The Logos, as the highest angelic being, functions as God's visible manifestation and ruler of Israel, similar to the angel of the Lord in the Hebrew scriptures. The Logos and the angel of the Lord. The Logos shares attributes with the angel of the Lord in the Hebrew Bible, who speaks on behalf of God and is often identified with God's presence. For example, in Exodus 3:2-6, the angel of Yahweh appears in the burning bush, yet the text later states that it was God speaking. This duality mirrors Philo's conception of the Logos as both distinct.
So Philo would use the Torah, really the Greek Septuagint, which is the Greek version of the Torah. He would use that, you know what I mean, to validate his whole doctrine and understanding. But where was he getting this from? Where was he getting this from? Dang, dang, dang. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Let's go ahead and get to it. Let's go ahead and get to it. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, oh, wait, oh, wait. Mally, why? You always starting something. Man, look. We just trying to, look. We just putting it out there. Ain't nothing to be scared of, right? Hold on. No. That took me all the way to the bottom. Don't back up there. There we go. You know, if y'all can see that. Let me see, scroll on over. Shout out to my good brother, C-La Shalom, man. Made this flyer / thumbnail for his brother. Did. All right, so y'all see that. The Roman and Greek. I'm sure y'all can see that code. We don't want no interruptions. You feel me? Let me go ahead and drop this on down. Bang. Bang. All right, y'all ready to eat, man? Y'all ready to eat? All right, let's go ahead and cook. All right, the Roman and Greek influence of the New Testament by yours truly, your brother Malaki Macabee. All right, so let's get into this. First up the back, we got Philo. We just watched the video on him. You dig? But there go. Here's a marble bust of Philo. Y'all still claiming this was a Bantu Negro from the Congo? He looked like a Negro to you? This supposed to be a first century Jew, Israelite. Really? Let's get into Philo. Let's get into him. See what he's talking about. Because he's talking all this logo stuff before, you know what I mean? Before John and before so-called Paul of Tarsus. Philo of Alexandria, also called Philo-Judaeus, was a Hellenistic Jewish philosopher who lived in Alexandria in the Roman province of Egypt. So right off the gate is letting you know he's Greek influence. And he's into philosophy, heavy. He's heavy into philosophy. He's highly educated in the Greek mythology. He's highly educated in the Jewish history, but from a Greek lens. But he, make no mistake about it, he is a philosopher. Philo is a philosopher. Oh, 1 second. There you go. I'm sure y'all can see all that, man. Fill the whole screen up. And notice that Egypt is a Roman province. There ain't even Bantu Negroes running through Egypt at this time. Look at this. The only event in Philo's life that can be decisively dated is his representation of the Alexandrian Jews in a delegation to the Roman Emperor Caligula in 40 CE. Stop right there. So not only is Philo Hellenistic, and Jewish and a philosopher, he's connected to Caesar. In this instance, Caligula Caesar, under the Julian-Claudian dynasty. Caligula was a madman, a nut. You know what I mean? Notice it says following civil strife between the Jewish and Greek communities of Alexandria. So his way of thinking, these two communities was banging against each other in Alexandria. He's a Hellenistic Jewish philosopher, but the Jewish and Greek communities in Alexandria was at war. Here he go trying to merge both sides of the paradigm. Watch this. Philo was a leading writer of the Hellenistic Jewish community in Alexandria, Egypt. He wrote expansively and coined Greek on philosophy, politics, and religion in his time. Specifically, he explored the connections between Greek Platonic philosophy, Plato, Greek Platonic philosophy, and late Second Temple Judaism. He the one combining Greek and so-called Hebrew thoughts and ideas. Philo is. And it's Negroes that read Philo like they read Josephus today. Like they diehard lovers of Paul today. All three of these cats we talking about today. We talking about Philo, Saul of Tarsus, and Josephus. They all ran in the same circles. Had the same education. Look at this right here. For example, he maintained that the Greek language, Septuagint, and the Jewish law still being developed by the rabbis of the period. See, look at that. So in his day, the Jewish law or the Hebrew Torah was still being developed by the rabbis of that period. It's the Septuagint that was enforced during this time. The Septuagint is a quote-unquote Greek version of the Hebrew Torah. Notice what it said, though. It said that the Hebrew Torah or the Jewish law was still being developed by the rabbis of the period. What period? During the time that Philo was living. Damn, look at this. Together serve as a blueprint for the pursuit of individual enlightenment. Philo's deployment of allegory. Look at this. Even Paul was telling you things was allegorical. Philo's deployment of allegory to harmonize Jewish scripture, mainly the Torah, with Greek philosophy. What is we talking about? What is we even talking about here? Last I checked, the Greeks was our enemies. What do you mean? And he's attempting to harmonize Greek ideals and Hebrew thought. This your man's in there. Look at it. It says Philo's deployment of allegory to harmonize Jewish scripture, mainly the Torah, with Greek philosophy, was the first documented of its kind and thereby often misunderstood. Look at that. Philo is the nigga that came in with this Hellenism. This Hellenist Jewish philosophy. It's your boy Philo done did all this. It was the first of its kind. Good Lord. Look at this. Many critics of Philo assume his allegorical perspective would lend credibility to the notion of legend over historicity. Philo often advocated a literal understanding of the Torah and the historicity of such described events, while at other times favoring allegorical readings. Let's get into his family. Who is this cat? Although the names of his parents are unknown, it is known that Philo came from a family which was noble, honorable, and wealthy. Oh, so he ain't, you know what I mean? Philo and them got the bag. Philo and his family are the bank. If you dealing with the so-called Jewish elite in Egypt, you dealing with the Alexanders. Philo and them of Alexandria. When you dealing with the Jewish elite, you dealing with Judea and Israel, you dealing with the Herods, the Herodians. All these, they all connected to Rome. All educated in Greek mythology, composition, all type of stuff, man. All type of stuff. Look at this. It says his family was noble, honorable, and wealthy. It was either his father or paternal grandfather. Remember this. It was either his father or paternal grandfather who was granted Roman citizenship from Roman dictator Gaius Julius Caesar. Now, hold on. Hold on. What forefather, what quote unquote Jewish forefather could Philo have that Julius Caesar would have just picked out of nowhere and gave Roman citizenship to? Who? Who is Philo related to? It says either his father or paternal grandfather. It was either his father or his paternal grandfather who was granted Roman citizenship from Roman dictator Gaius Julius Caesar. For what though? What grandfather could Philo have that was so close with Julius Caesar that he decided to grant this nigga Roman citizenship? Who? And thereby, if his grandfather got it, that means Philo got it. Look at this. Jerome wrote that Philo came from a priestly family. His ancestors and family, look at this. Remember I tell you they all run in the same circles. What are we talking about? His ancestors and family had social ties, listen, and connections to the priesthood in Judea. Really? The Hasmonean dynasty, the Herodian dynasty, and the Julio-Claudio dynasty in Rome. Look, that's a kill shot. That means they all in the same circles. Your Alexanders of Alexandria, Philo and his brother and them. And then his nephew married Mattress Back Bernice. Herod the Great's granddaughter. Who later was getting banged by Titus. The nigga who sacked Jerusalem. Vespasian boy. And guess who was second in command in sacking Jerusalem with Titus? Philo's nephew. Hey, man. Hey, I don't really think you know how deep this thing goes. I don't really think. So let's go run down. You know, we can go find the who. If you can't find the who, that's not our problem. But let's go run down who Julius Caesar gave Roman citizenship to that Philo, you dig, would have had to be a descendant of. And trip off this. Trip off the place where he gives it to him in. Source, scripticaclassica.org. What's the article, Malachi? What is the article, Malachi? The intervention of Sextus Julius Caesar, governor of Syria, in the affair of Herod's trial. Yeah, Herod had massacred and killed a first century brother named Ezekiel that was, putting hell on them Romans and them Herodians. He finally captured brother, murked him, laid him down. He did what he wasn't supposed to be doing. So, Herod gets brought to trial, and then Rome comes and saves him. But anyway, let's get into this. Page 189. Page 189. About July 47, this is 47 BCE. About July 47, Julius Caesar came from Egypt to Syria. And during his short stay there, settled the affairs of the province and rewarded those states and individuals who had given him military aid in the Alexandrian War. Hold on. Where Philo from? Alexandria, Egypt. Who was warring in Alexandria, Egypt? The Jewish and Greek communities. And Philo is trying to bridge Jewish thought and Greek mythology. But notice there was a war in Alexandria. Watch this. Let me show y'all this. One of the individuals whom Caesar rewarded for his courage and excellent military record in the Alexandrian War was Antipater, the father of Herod, to whom he granted Roman citizenship. Stop playing. Stop playing. That said his father or paternal grandfather was given Roman citizenship by Julius Caesar. Well, we gonna pull a who? And it's based off the very place where the war went down at, which was Alexandria, where Philo will be born at, you dig, decades later. Oh, you can't make this up, man. So Antipater, Herod the Great's father, was granted Roman citizenship. The article we read said it was either his father or his paternal grandfather who Caesar did what? Gave Roman citizenship to. This would mean that your boy Philo, is related to Antipater. Is related to Herod the Great. Unless you find another Jewish forefather, that got down so vicious in that Alexandrian war that Julius Caesar say, nigga, I'm finna give you Roman citizenship, you and your descendants. Unless you find somebody else, we got to roll with his father or grandfather being Antipater. And if his grandfather is Antipater, that means him daddy either Herod the Great or Herod's brother. Good night, man. Good night, man. Coach the Boris. Look at this, man. Read it again. One of the individuals whom Caesar rewarded for his courage and excellent military record in the Alexandrian War was Antipater. Antipater, the father of Herod, to whom he granted Roman citizenship. Really? I have discussed elsewhere the nature of this immunity by comparing it with the privileges granted by Octavian between the years 42 BC and 36 BCE to Seleucus of Rhodes. In that paper, I put forward the suggestion that the privileges Julius Caesar granted to Antipater and his descendants were the same as those given later to Seleucus and his family. So, yeah, we do have an individual who Julius Caesar granted Roman citizenship to him and his descendants because of his excellent military record and viciousness and how he got down in the Alexandrian War. The man's name is Antipater, father of Herod the Great. It just so happened that Philo's father or grandfather just so happened to be given Roman citizenship by the same guy, Julius Caesar, and is in the same place that Philo was born and died at, Alexandria, Egypt. Let's get into the Roman citizenship then. Look at this. Look at this. Citizenship in ancient Rome was a privileged political and legal status afforded to free individuals with respect to laws, property, and governance. Citizenship in ancient Rome was complex and based upon many different laws, traditions, and cultural practices. There existed several different types of citizenship determined by one's gender, class, and political affiliations. And the exact duties or expectations of a citizen varied throughout the history of the Roman Empire. Types of citizenship. Citizenship in Rome could be acquired through various means. To be born as a citizen required that both parents be free citizens of Rome. In his case, go back to Antipater, the father of Herod the Great. Philo had one brother. Listen to this, y'all. Look how connected all these cats is. Philo had one brother, Alexander Lysimachus, who was the general tax administrator of customs in Alexandria. Meaning he was the one that was collecting all the taxes, you know what I mean, for the Roman Empire, like the Herodians was doing in Judea. He accumulated an immense amount of wealth, becoming not only the richest man in that city, but also in the entire Hellenistic world. His brother, I think Philo's brother, was the richest cat on that side of the pond. Alexander was so rich. Look at this. Look at this. Alexander was so rich that he gave a loan to the wife of King who? Herod Agrippa. Well, look, they all mess around and be related anyway if they go back to Antipater. But even if they not, you say, oh, well, I don't believe they related. You can't deny they not close. This man giving loans to Herod's wife. And look what else he did. And this is Philo's brother. Look what else he did. As well as gold and silver to overlay the 9 gates of the temple in Jerusalem. What? This cat giving out loans to Herod Agrippa's wife. He got so much gold and silver, he can overlay the 9 gates of the temple in Jerusalem. Look at this. Due to his extreme wealth, Alexander was also influential in imperial Roman circles as a friend of who? Emperor Claudius. Come on, man. Come on, man. These cats connected. From Egypt, Alexandria, to what we call Judea and Israel, Palestine, all the way up to Rome. They all connected. This nigga's friends with the Roman Caesar at that time. Friends with him. What? And this is Philo's brother, biological brother. Look at this. Through Alexander, Philo had 2 nephews, Tiberius Julius Alexander. Come on, bro. And Marcus Julius Alexander. Wow. Notice they have the names Julius in their names. Julius Caesar is the one that was giving out Roman citizenship to their grandfather and great-grandfather. The later, Marcus Julius Alexander, look at this, was the first husband of the Herodian princess Matris Bernice. There she is right there. So even if you said they wasn't related, they related through marriage then. Can't get around it. Even if you were saying, I don't believe that source, I don't believe he's related to Antipater and Herod. Well, his nephew married Matris Bernice, Herod the Great's granddaughter. And she the same one that was bedding Titus who sacked Jerusalem. And his second in command was this guy right here in red, Tiberius Julius Alexander, Philo's nephew. Man, look, man. Leave me alone. Marcus died in 43 CE or 44 CE. Some scholars identify Alexander Lysimachus as the Alexander referenced in the book of Acts. Who presided over the Sanhedrin trial of John and Peter. Let's look up this Tiberius Julius Alexander. Man, trip off this. Trip off this. Trip off this. If you, hey, look, y'all, if you get some understanding, I'm just warming up. If you get some understanding, y'all spend a vortex in the chat. Now let's look into Philo's nephew. Now remember, Philo is the first one of his kind to merge Greek mythology and Jewish or Hebrew thought, if you want to call it that. First of his kind. All right, he's writing about the Logos. You dig? Before John is even mentioned, before Paul is even born. But he get the Logos way back further. He get the Logos from niggas who was who was devout worshipers of Zeus. Let's get into his nephew. Because his one nephew was married to Matris Bernice, Herod the Great's granddaughter. Well, who was his other nephew? Tiberius Julius Alexander was an equestrian governor general in the Roman Empire, born into a wealthy Egyptian Jewish family of Alexandria, but abandoning or neglecting the Jewish religion, he rose to become the second procreator of Judea. Look at this. And he posed to be an Israelite. He rose to become the second procreator of Judea under Roman authority, under Claudius, while prefect of Egypt, 66 to 69. He employed his legions against the Alexandrian Jews. How? Nigga, when you supposed to be an Alexandrian Jew. This is the Josephus of Alexandria. How you gonna turn around and employ forces against your own people? He employed his legions against the Alexandrian Jews in a brutal response to ethnic violence. They was on the sides of the Romans and the Greeks banging against them, and was instrumental. Look at this. This Philo's nephew, and was instrumental in Emperor Vespasian's rise to power. What is we talking about here? In 70 CE, he participated in the siege of Jerusalem as Titus's what? Second in command. Philo's nephew. Man, these cats are your enemies. He became the most powerful Jew of his age and is ranked as one of the most prominent Jews in military history, but he rolled with the Romans. Let's get into Philo's education. Let's get into the education. Because you had to be educated to compose all these volumes of works you known for. They was all written in Greek. Let's get into it. You got to ask yourself, did the Messiah and the disciples not receive this type of education? Because you don't just wake up and sniff your coffee and start, composing whole bodies of Greek literature. It don't work like that. Education. Philo, along with his brothers, received a thorough education. They were educated in the Hellenistic, look, y'all, these niggas is Greeks. The Hellenistic culture of Alexandria and the culture of ancient Rome. To a degree in ancient Egyptian religion, and particularly in the traditions of who? Judaism. In the study of Jewish traditional literature and in Greek philosophy. Look at this. In his works, Philo shows extensive influence not only from philosophers. Come on now. You still think he rolling with who you call the Almighty? Look at his influence. In his works, Philo shows extensive influence, not only from philosophers such as Plato, and the Stoics, but also poets and orators, especially who? Homer. Y'all know the Iliad and the Odyssey, 700 BCE. Euripides. Romeo. This is his influence. And Demosthenes. Philo's largest philosophical influence was who? Plato. It's Platonic. This man is a Greek. His whole influence, his whole vibration, the way he think, maneuver, he's a Greek. His nephews and them, his brothers and them niggas is Greeks. His largest philosophical influence was Plato, drawn heavily from Timaeus and the Phaedrus, and also from Phaedo and Theudius. Symposium, Republic, and Laws. Platonic all the way down, baby. And was Plato a worshiper or a servant of the ever-present creator? I don't think so. No, he wasn't. Look at this. Look at this. You ain't got to play no game. This ain't lick your finger scholarship. Look, the extent of Philo's knowledge of Hebrew, however, is debated. Hold on. What you mean is debated? Philo was more fluent in Greek than in Hebrew. And his brothers out there that read Philo faithfully, man. Faithfully. Philo was more fluent in Greek than in Hebrew and read the Jewish scriptures chiefly from the Septuagint, a coined Greek translation of Hebraic texts later compiled as the Hebrew Bible. and the Deuterocanonical books. His numerous etymologies of Hebrew names, which are along the lines of etymologic midrash to Genesis and of the earlier rabbinism, although not modern Hebrew philology, suggests some familiarity. Philo offers for some names 3 or 4 etymologies, sometimes including the correct Hebrew root. However, his works do not display much understanding of Hebrew grammar, and they tend to follow the translation of the Septuagint more closely than the Hebrew versions. Philo identified the angel of the Lord in singular with who? The Logos. The Logos. In the text attributed to Philo, he consistently uses as a designate the Logos as a designation for God. According to David B. Capes' source, the problem for this case, however, is that Christian scholars, listen to this, Christian scholars are responsible for copying and transmitting Philo's words to later generations. So it's the Christian scholars are responsible for transmitting Philo's words. I wonder why. You still think you ain't been compromised from a Hellenistic standpoint? You don't think you've been compromised? Look at this. He's using the Old Testament to prove this logo. Philo regards the Bible as a source not only of religious revelation, but also of philosophical truth. Philo claims that Moses, look at this. Look what he's going to say. Philo claims that Moses learned mathematics from the Egyptians, okay, astronomy and astrology from the Chaldeans, and other subjects from who? The Greeks. Moses learned from some damn Greeks. When? When? And did Moses learn from Greeks, Philo? What? The Greeks. I wonder when. Who you talking about, like Homer and them? Homer ain't around till 700 BCE. Moses is 1553 BCE. Almost 800 years earlier. How the hell is he learning from Homer? Euripides. Huh? Menander. How? It don't make no damn sense, man. Come on, man. Look at it. He says that Moses advanced beyond his teachers, leading them to learn from him instead. Philo believed the Greeks, such as Heraclitus, took ideas from Mosaic law. What? What? Hey, man. Let me help you out with something, Philo. Heraclitus ain't around till like 600 BCE. By that time, your so-called southern kingdom is in Babylonian captivities. Torah burnt. We don't even have what Moses wrote during the time that your boy Heraclitus was around. Moses, the Torah you got today is not the product of Moses. It's not. It's not. Moses' Torah been off the scene. Then he get refurbished under Ezra. Some of y'all read 2nd Ezra 14, and you know he drunk that fire water, that Molly water, and got the speaking, and his scribes got the writing, and they came out of Babylon with a refurbished Torah. It's called historically it's called the Men of the Great Assembly. Torah was compiled then, but then by the time you get down to the Greeks, you ain't even got the Hebrew Bible, or even you don't even got Ezra's Torah. Huh? You ain't even got Ezra's Torah by the time you get all the way down that way. Huh? So how is Heraclitus taking ideas from Moses? How? How? When Israel didn't even have Moses' Torah during that time. Look what Philo did. By applying the Stoic mode of allegorical interpretation to the Hebrew Bible, he interpreted the stories of the first 5 books as elaborate. Look at this stuff. Listen to this. He interpreted the stories of the first 5 by applying some Greek methodology and allegorical interpretations. He interpreted the stories of the first 5 books as elaborate metaphors. The stories of Adam and Eve, the stories of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the stories of the wilderness, the Egypt, the plagues, the elaborate metaphors and symbols to demonstrate that Greek philosophers' ideas have preceded them in the Bible. What are you talking about around here? Huh? Look at this. Heraclitus' concept of binary oppositions, according to who is the heir of divine things, and the conception of the wise man expounded by Zeno of Citium, the founder of Stoicism, and every good man is free. Philo did not reject the subjective experience of ancient Judaism, yet he repeatedly explained that the Septuagint cannot be understood as a concrete, objective history. This is the man that brought you the logos. He telling you that the Bible can't even be viewed as concrete, objective history. And this is the cat that brought you the logos. He the one brought you the logos. Yet he repeatedly explained that the Septuagint, or the Greek Old Testament, because they didn't have the Hebrew one then, cannot be understood as a concrete, objective history. Dang, good night. Hold on. Did he just say that the Bible cannot be understood as a concrete, objective history? If he just said that, y'all drop a 12,000 in the chat. Just let your little brother know I ain't making none of this up. Huh? CGG still couldn't create a gang, though. Create a gang, though. Shout out to my brothers, man. Shout out to the sisters. Look at this. Philo's allegorical interpretation of scriptures allows him to grapple with morally disturbing events and oppose a cohesive explanation of stories. Yeah, you got to make it allegorical, because if it's all literal, boy, you got some explaining to do. You better push the allegorical button. You got some explaining to do, because it's not all cohesive. It's not. Everybody know this. Specifically, Philo interprets the characters of the Bible. Look at this. Specifically, Philo interprets the characters of the Bible as aspects of the human being, and the stories of the Bible as episodes from universal human experience. For example, Adam represents the mind and Eve the senses. Noah represents tranquility, a stage of relative, incomplete, but progressing righteousness. According to Josephus, Philo was inspired mainly, hold on. Philo was inspired mainly by Aristobulus of Alexandria and the Alexandrian school. We are going to be examining the Gospel of John. The Gospel of John was originally what, y'all? Anonymous. First 100 years, these documents floating around. There ain't no names, there ain't no authors on them. You know who wrote this. The Gospel of John was originally anonymous. First mention of a book of John is the church father, who? Irenaeus. When was Irenaeus around? Malachi, from 130 CE to 202 of the Common Era. Lived a little bit over 70 years. He's the first to attribute the Gospel to John, the son of Zebedee, based on church what tradition? Look at this. Irenaeus against heresies, 3.1.1. John, the disciple of the Lord, who also leaned upon his breast. Hold on, man. You see, okay. John, the disciple of the Lord, who also leaned upon his breast, himself published the gospel by residing in Ephesus in Asia. Look, man, I really don't like the whole pause, but you got to pause on that one. Pause. What you mean another grown man is leaning on the breast, the chest of another grown man? Now, how do you lean on his chest if you're not sitting in his lap? That's a whole nother story. But this attribution comes decades after the text was composed. The earliest physical manuscript, P52, is dated 125 CE in Greek. The oldest manuscript of John you got, y'all, is from 125 CE. Which would be, right around the time of Irenaeus. That's the 2nd century. This is the earliest physical manuscript of it you got, and it's fragmented. You ain't getting no 21. It's written in Greek, and it's fragmented. You ain't gonna get no 21 chapters out of that. You're not getting 21 chapters in your book of John out of this. Huh? Look at this. Contains no name, no author name. Hold on. Make sure y'all can see it. I think we be playing. This is not lick your finger scholarship. You know what I mean? Create a game, though. Remember that, boy. Well, look, when my bros pop outside, it get real. It start going sideways. So look at this right here. This fragment that you can pick up with your fingertip. Get on the table, you ever pick something up like that with your fingertip? That's what you can do with that. Huh? Look, this contains no author name. Irenaeus, the first one to say that this was John's, was Irenaeus. Late 2nd century is the first known source to claim John the Apostle was the author. This guy right here. Now, and the earliest fragment we got is from around the time he was born. Look at this. The oldest physical evidence we have for the Gospel of John, P52, once again. Just so y'all think we playing games. Look how small that is. Huh? They're like some wall paint you done scraped off the wall. You gotta take up the Home Depot and get matching paint for your wall. Let's get into it. The reason we're specifically dealing with the Gospel of John is because the Gospel of John is when the Logos was first mentioned. This is what Philo was. Remember, Philo was merging Greek mythology and Greek ideals with Jewish or Hebrew thought. This is what Philo was doing. Right? So by the time if Philo lived from 20 BCE to 40 or 50 AD or the Common Era, but the oldest evidence we have of John is 125 of the Common Era. Who got the Logos from who? Did Philo read the book of John, who wasn't written to what? 100-some years later? Did Philo read the book of John and say, oh, the Logos? Or did the author of John or was the author of John a student of Philo? Meaning he was an avid studier of Philo and Greek mythology and those that came before him who were pumping the Logos. Either Philo used the Gospel of John, who wasn't written anonymously to 100 years after Philo's death, or the authors of John were well aware of the teachings of Philo and all the Greek poets and philosophers that came before him who were peddling this Logos. And which one is it? Did John influence Philo? Or did Philo influence John? If Philo influenced John, y'all drop a 1,000 in the chat. If John influenced Philo, y'all drop a 1 in the chat, man. The Gospel of John is when the Logos was first mentioned in the Bible, and this is where the concept of Christology, the study of Christ, begins. The oldest physical evidence of the Gospel of John date. There we go again, man. And as you see, the Gospel of John does not go back to the time of John. So again, these church fathers are backdating these stories to create a narrative. You got to create a narrative out of that. You can't get 21 chapters of no book of John out of this right here. You got to create a narrative. You got to backdate. Shout out to my brother Sigla Shalom, man. He's cold with these timelines, man. Well, let's get some understanding. According to who you'll call so-called scholars, even the Gospel of John wasn't written to 70 years or 60 years after the death of who you call Jesus. So that means it was written anonymous. So that means it wasn't written by an eyewitness. You're 60 or 70 years late writing it. But that's what they say, the church fathers in them. But the earliest physical evidence you have, y'all, is after they saying it was written. That's called backdating. P52, 125 to 150 AD. Papyrus P66, 175 to 225 AD. You see? So that makes it even worse. I mean, whoever is the author, whoever is writing John understood and knew the teachings and works of Philo. This is what backdating is, y'all. For example, like I'll write in 2025 as if I'm living in 1965 during the Civil Rights era. I'm writing in 2025, but what I'm writing as if I'm in 1965. That's backdating. It's backdating. Things are written after things happen, but they're written down as if they're happening, you dig, or going to happen. That's what that backdate. Look at that. Oldest physical evidence of John 1 and 1. In the beginning was the Logos, the Word, and the Logos was with God, and the Logos was God. Oh, here go that Papyrus P66. You ain't getting no 21 chapters out of that either. Hey, Dre, what you say? Nigga, you can't get a full sentence out of that. All right, now, look, let's get to the oldest reference we have of the Logos. Man, all you got to do is go look this stuff up, y'all. Heraclitus. First known person to speak of the Logos before John 1 and 1. So even before your boy, Philo. Philo studied this guy right here. He brought up Heraclitus and said Heraclitus borrowed his stuff from Moses. But Moses' Torah wasn't even around when this man was born. Heraclitus, look what he says. Fragment B1 source. DK22B1, although this logos is true always, yet men are unable to understand it. Let's get into some of the Stoic philosophers, because Philo definitely was studying Stoicism. Source, Cleanthes, hymn to Zeus. Hymn to who? A hymn to who? Zeus. Man, we better not see nothing about no logos. We better not see nothing about no logos. We all know that Zeus, you understand, is a false god. We all know this. We all know this. Let's also look at Cleanthes. A hymn to Zeus. It's nuts. Look what he said. For we too are your offspring, bearing the logos within us. For we too are your offspring. Who is the your? Who's the your, Cleanthes? This is a song or a hymn to Zeus, y'all. So Zeus has offspring, or children, and his children, Zeus' children, is bearing the logos within themselves. Hold on. This is a hymn to Zeus. The ones who first was quarterbacking this logos ideal were devout worshipers of Zeus and other Greek deities. Said we his children, we his offspring. That wording sounds familiar too. I think your boy Paul was saying this in the book of Acts somewhere. So her in Greek theology, the sons of Zeus are called the Logos. Then Zeus would be God the Father. That's a kill shot. It's a kill shot. That whole Logos thing it comes from devout worshipers of Zeus. And if you be on any level that the gang be on, we already know who Zeus is. We already know who Zeus is. And see, that's the thing. You're going to be like when the gang swing through and tell you, look, you've been compromised. You know what I mean? Free yourself. You free yourself today. Free yourself from the tyranny of these false gods and deities, man. You dig? You are no man or slave to any god. Angel, man, woman, or animal. That's a kill shot. If this is a hymn to Zeus, the sons of Zeus are called the Logos, then Zeus would be God the Father. That's a kill shot, man. Look at this. The Romans would have got the concept of the Logos from the Greeks directly, and here are some Romans quoting the Logos. Here your boy is, Seneca. You heard of him before. And notice, none of these are Bantu Negroes from the Congo. This nigga Cleanthes look like a Jesus or a Moses. Yeah, he looked like Charleston Heston. He looked like Charleston Heston, the old boy who played the first Moses. Our dear brother Moses. None of these are Bantu Negroes from the Congo. These are Greeks. Hellenistic. These are Romans. Even Seneca, a Roman Stoic, repeatedly cites Heraclitus' Logos doctrine. Look. Source, Seneca, Epistle 76.9. And don't twist your mouth and claim we don't source up. That's all we do. That's all we do. Source, Seneca, Epistle 76.9. Heraclitus said, who? Who said? Him. Right here. These niggas worship Zeus. Look what he said. He said, Heraclitus said, all things come into being by strife, and the Logos governs the world. Really? Really? It's starting to get real, you know what I mean, thick around here. Let's go into Plutarch. Y'all heard of Plutarch before? Roman era philosopher from 40 CE to 120 CE, something like that. Around the age of the church or Christianity, supposedly, right? Plutarch on the E at Delphi, DE apart in Delphos, 385 CD. Look at this. Heraclitus taught that the logos is common and that all things happen according to this logos. Epictetus, 135 CE. Source, Discourses, 1.14.6. Do not act without the logos. Live in harmony with the logos. The Roman Stoics, Seneca, Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, built their entire cosmology on the logos doctrine originally articulated by who? Heraclitus. This guy right here. And some of these guys are living during the time of Paul and them, and they ain't mentioned nothing about no Paul or logos or Jesus being the logos or none of that. Seneca and them living around the same time. Plutarch living around the same time. Philo. There go Philo again. There go your boy. Philo of Alexandria, 20 BC, 50 AD. All right, he lived roughly 70 years. All right, so he lived during the life of Jesus. If you're going with the biblical timeline, he was contemporary with Jesus. He never spoke on him. It's crazy. Philo don't mention Jesus of Nazareth not one time, and he lived during this time. Family was connected to the priesthood in Jerusalem. Brother was given loans to Herod Agrippa's wife. Hell, his nephew was banging Bernice. That was his wife for a minute. Yet he never writes about Jesus or Yahshua, ever. Look at this. The first Jewish Greek thinker to use logos as a divine mediator, foreshadowing or before John. Source, Oxford Classical Dictionary. Philo. His works composed in Greek reveal mastery of the Greek philosophical and rhetorical traditions. Source, Cambridge History of Judaism, Volume 3. Philo wrote in Greek and addressed an audience thoroughly familiar with Greek. Source, Philo on Dreams, 1.215. The logos is who? The firstborn son of God. The firstborn son of God. So here we have Philo using the logos. In the same instance, we see his influence in who? Colossians 1:15. Well, that's Paul. Don't worry, we're finna run down on him too. But that's Saul of Tarsus right there. So that means Paul was quoting Philo. Paul was quoting Philo and all the Greek philosophers before him who was quarterbacking and peddling his logos. The firstborn son of God, Philo had been said that. Look what Paul writes in Colossians 1:15. Who is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of who? Every creature. We can't. So that mean Paul was aware of the logos. Philo's logos is Paul's Christ. And you still think this ain't no type of Greek and Roman influence going on with you? And y'all, this is just part one. Man, look, it done got ugly. Ugly. Wait till you see all the Roman coins that got all the gospel phrases on them. Peace on earth, goodwill to men. The Son of God. Nigga, they talking about Titus. Boy, look, if you don't really want to know how deep the rabbit hole go, don't talk to us. Don't talk to us. But if you want to be freed from the clutches of these false ass gods, man, tap in with the gang, man. We'll make it make sense for you. You're not about to burn in hell forever and get your nuts roasted forever just because you're asking questions and getting your spirit fed. And you finally getting answers that satisfy you. Like, yeah, I knew something was up with that. John is Philo influence. Paul is Philo influenced, meaning they're Greek influenced. Philo was influenced by Heraclitus, Plato, the founder of Stoicism, Homer, Euripides, Menander, you know these guys. Romeo, look at this source. Philo on the creation 25. The logos is the image of God. The logos is the image of God by which the whole world was created. Source, Philo on the creation 146. The logos of God is the instrument by which the world was made. And we can see how this can directly influence Colossians 1:16. Paul again. For by him were all things created. And he ain't talking about the Father. He talking about Jesus, the firstborn Son. By him all things were made. For by him were all things created that are in heaven and that are in the earth, visible and invisible, whether they be thrones or dominions or principalities or powers. All things were created by him and for him. Look at this. Y'all, this is all logos. This is all Philo, who's influenced by all your Greek niggas. And all them are devout worshipers of Zeus. So they're applying what went to Zeus to Jesus. Man, look bad. Look bad. Look bad. So look at this. Look at the timeline. Look at the timeline. So there's a timeline chart to show the Greek influence. See, John is not influencing the timeline is not going backwards. The influence is not going backwards. The influence is going forward. The influence is coming on down history and going forward. Look at the timeline. You got Zeus, Heraclitus, 535 BC. For we too are your offspring, bearing the logos within us. He's saying this, y'all, back in the 500s. This is the Greek origin of it. You got, you come on down 500 years later, you got your boy Philo. The first one to even unite Greek mythology and Jewish ideas and thoughts. Look what he say, the logos of God. And look when he was around 20 BC to 50 AD. So if anything, Philo got his influence from those before him. You see? And now you finally got John, and this is I think it's much later than this, but 90 AD to 110 AD. Greek influence. You got your Greek origin, then you got those who are influenced by it. Look at John. In the beginning was the logos, and the logos was with God, and the logos was God. Well, remember, the logos or God would be Zeus. Heraclitus is talking about we are the offspring of Zeus. The Yor is Zeus. We are Zeus's offspring, bearing the logos within us. That will make Zeus God the Father. And he's saying this back in 500 something BCE. And now we got all the way down here to John. Logos was God. Well, that means that's Zeus, buddy. Dang. Okay. I heard some Negroes over there talking about the Hebrew New Testament. Shut up. None of you have it. Your best option to even try to say the Hebrew New Testament, because whoever is giving you or produced the Hebrew New Testament, all they did was take the English words. You know what I mean? Or even looked at the Greek words in the concordance and just use the Hebrew equivalent of it. That's all they did. You don't got a Hebrew New Testament that the Greeks translated from into Greek. You don't got that. You don't got that. John 1:1, deity of Jesus Christ. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Okay, so the Word is, there it go again. Right in your Bible dictionary, logos. We ain't making it up, y'all. G3056. We ain't making none of it up. You know what I mean? It's right there. All you gotta do is go look. All you gotta do is go look. Shout out to Miss T, your pretty face. What's the word, love? What's the word? And caught that egg. But look, it's all right there. You see? I ain't making none of this stuff up. Because that's what you hear all y'all just making this stuff up. And y'all just determined to make, look, we speaking on truth. I didn't write the Bible, nor did I come up with the concordance. 3056 is the word for word. What word is that, Malachi? Logos. Okay, well, let's get on down and see. This is right in here. This is crazy. Right here. It says, and John denotes the essential word of God, Jesus Christ, the personal wisdom and power and union with God, his ministry in creation and government of the universe. This is what the logos mean. The cause of all the world's life, both physical and ethical, which for the procurement of man's salvation put on human nature in the person of Jesus the Messiah, the second person in the Godhead, and shown forth conspicuously from his words and deeds. Look what it say about this additional information right here, y'all. This is in your Bible dictionary. So any Bible thumper that got a problem with me saying, go throw away your Bible dictionary. This is in your blue letter. Additional information from the outline of biblical usage. Note, a Greek philosopher named who? Heraclitus first used the term logos. Around what, y'all? 600 BC. I ain't making this stuff up, man. It's even in your Bible dictionary. To designate the divine reason or plan which coordinates a changing universe. Cambridge Dictionary source. Cambridge Dictionary of Philosophy, 2nd edition, Heraclitus, 1999. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. If you're getting some understanding so far, y'all drop a 12,000 in the chat, man. We overcooking slow, man. We overcooking slow. It's all good. All right. Watch this. Philo also treats the divine powers of God as a single independent being or demiurge. Wow. Which he designates logos. Philo's conception of the logos is influenced by Heraclitus. Heraclitus's conception of the dividing logos, which calls the various objects into existence by the combinations of contrast. That's what he's saying. This is the source where he's getting it from, as well as the Stoic characterization of the logos as the active and vivifying power. The Philo, look what he did, y'all. But Philo followed the Platonic distinction between imperfect matter and perfect form. And Philo's conception of the logos is directly related to the Middle Platonic view of God. All this is Greek ideals, Greek mythology, Greek thought. Philo's conception of the logos of the word is directly related to the Middle Platonic view of God as unmoved and utterly transcendent. Therefore, intermediary beings were necessary to bridge the enormous gap between God and the material world. The logos was the highest of these intermediary beings and was called by Philo the firstborn of God. We just read Colossians 1:15-16. It is. Philo also adapted Platonic ideas and designated logos the idea of ideas. And then down here, he calls the logos the second God, the name of God. Watch this, Revelation 19. Watch this. Revelation 19:12. His eyes were as a flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns. He had a name written that no man knew, but he himself. And he was clothed with a vesture dipped in blood, and his name is called the Logos, the Word, the Logos of God. Man, this stuff is crazy, man. And then he go into the Torah too, get even more. Now look, what I want to show you is right here. Right here. He in there called the logos, the high priest, and all type of stuff. Look at it. Peter Schaeffer argues that Philo's logos was derived from his understanding of the post-biblical wisdom literature, in particular the wisdom of Solomon. But look at this. If you're going off the biblical narrative, Solomon lived around 900 BC, 960, something like that BCE. Look when the wisdom of Solomon was composed and where it was composed. The wisdom of Solomon is a Jewish work composed where, y'all? Alexandria, Egypt. During Philo's day. The Wisdom of Solomon is a Jewish work that's in your pocket for today. The Wisdom of Solomon is a Jewish work composed in Alexandria, Egypt around the 1st century BCE. Leave me alone, man. To boast of the faith of the Jewish community in a hostile Greek world is one of the 7 wisdom books included in the Septuagint. A chronological New Testament, just to show y'all that your boy Paul was writing even before the Gospels. And if Paul is Greek influence and Roman influence, then that means the Gospels. Oh, hold on. See, a lot of people don't get into how the Bible was compiled. How it was compiled. Let's get to the chronological New Testament, sourcehuffpost.com. The chronological New Testament is different from and yet the same as the New Testament familiar to Christians. It contains the same 27 documents, but sequences them in the chronological order in which they were written. A chronological New Testament sequences the documents very differently. Its order is based on contemporary mainstream biblical scholarship. But though there is uncertainty about dating some of the documents, there is a scholarly consensus about the basic framework. Okay, so this chronological New Testament, it begins with 7 letters attributed to who? Paul. Matthew is not the first book in the New Testament that was handwritten. It was written down or written out. That came way after. The Gospels came after the fall of Jerusalem, and they're written in Greek. They're not written in Hebrew. They're written in Greek. And if we're going off when things were written, you understand? In chronological or sequential order, then when you open up your New Testament, the first letters you should be skipping across is Paul's letters. Paul. Now we just seen Paul quoting Philo, the Logos. And Logos and Philo is heavily influenced by these devout worshipers of Zeus dealing with the Logos. He was a student of Heraclitus, Plato, Stoicism. Paul is influenced by Philo when he's talking about the firstborn son of God as the Logos, and through the Logos that all things made that was made. Well, Philo was already saying this. Got John in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God, and the Word is the Logos. But these are Greek concepts and ideals that was around 600 years before, 600 years before the 1st century. So a chronological New Testament begins with the letters of Paul, all from the 50s. First gospel was Mark, not Matthew, written around 70. So written around the fall of Jerusalem. Revelation is not last, but almost in the middle, written in the 90s. These are not written by eyewitnesses of who you call Yahshua. They're not. Paul was never an eyewitness of them. So your New Testament starts out with letters from a man who never met this man. And then the Gospels, which are supposed to be eyewitness accounts of this man, you dig, a conservative date, they all come out 40 to 80 years later after this man's death. So no, they're not written by eyewitnesses. They're not. And they're written in Greek. 2 Peter, the last, written as late as the near middle of the 2nd century. Stop it, man. Order of the books. We got 1 Thessalonians, Paul, 50 CE. 2 Thessalonians, Paul, 50 to 51 CE. Galatians, Paul, 48 to 55 CE. 1 Corinthians, Paul, 53 to 54 CE. 2 Corinthians, Paul, 54 through 55. Romans, Paul, 56 through 57. Philippians, Paul, 54 through 62. Philemon, Paul, 54 through 62. Colossians, 60. Ephesians, 60 through 62. You don't get the earliest gospel of Mark right here. Paul is writing first when it comes down to Christology and this cosmic Jesus or this cosmic Christ. It's Paul writing before the so-called Gospels. and Paul is influenced by Philo and other Greek people. We're going to see. We're going to show you. We're going to show you. You got Hebrews. Some say that was written by Paul or some of his peoples. Luke was raised by Paul. So if Luke writing it, he getting it from Paul. So Hebrews, Paul, Luke, Paul. Acts is Luke, but that's Paul too, because that's Paul's homeboy. Then you got Matthew, James, 1 Peter. Look what's 2 Peter being written. 90 to 125 CE. And you love to go there and say Peter was vouching for Paul. It wasn't written by Peter. Those men lived way earlier. They was already dead by the time these things being written. These are pseudo-anonymous documents. The people whose names are on them didn't write them. You got Jude, 1 John, 2 John, 3 John. Look when the Gospel of John and the logos come out. Down here, 90. Revelation, 95 to 100, 1st, 2nd Timothy. Look at all that. So your Bible is even out of order sequentially or chronologically dealing with the New Testament. It's not, you don't read it from Matthew to Revelations as if that's the order in which they were written. No, that's not the case. That's not the case. You got Titus 95 through 110. Here are your sources. I showed you the chronological New Testament. We got sources, scholarly sources supporting dating and logos identification. Raymond E. Brown, the introduction to the New Testament. For historical anchoring of first century Jewish thought, not treating Philo as chronologically datable by year. Irwin R. Goodenough, an introduction to Philo-Judaism, 1962. Establishes Philo's Jewish aristocratic Alexandrian setting. David T. Rooney of Philo of Alexandria and the Timaeus of Plato. One of the most authoritative reconstructions of Philo's creation theology and logos role within estimated 30 to 40 CE when he wrote that. Winston, David, Logos and Mystical Theology in Philo Alexandria, 1985. Confirms that Philo discusses the Logos as divine intermediary, cosmic governor, and mediator of revelation in multiple works, dated generally mid-1st century CE. Now, what is Paideia? What is Paideia? We talking about being educated in Greek. In order for Philo to write any of these things, he would have had to go through the education. Paideia originally meant the upbringing and education of a child, and in classical Hellenistic usage came to denote the whole cultural formation of a free civic person. Literacy, poetry, music, gymnastics, moral formation, and the liberal arts, grammar, rhetoric, philosophy. It's not just schooling, but a cultural idea of forming character, taste, and competence. Who learned Paideia in the 1st century CE Roman Empire? Primarily the socially and economically privileged. So Philo would be considered socially and economically privileged. Paul would be considered socially and economically privileged. And Josephus would be considered socially and economically privileged. Everybody wasn't learning this. You know what I mean? It's like a private school, basically. You got to pay for that. All right? Primarily the socially and economically privileged urban elites, Greek city nobles, Greek city notables, families who could afford paid teachers, and those preparing for public life in the Roman Empire. In the Roman Empire, the ideal of Greek Paideia became a marker of elite status across the Eastern Mediterranean. Romans and provincials who wanted elite status also learned Greek Paideia. Many Roman elites commissioned Greek tutors. The Roman educational system adapted the Greek model. Hellenized Jews and other local elites. Hold on. Who learned Paideia or the knowledge of composing Greek literature? Hellenized Jews, Philo and them. Hellenized Jews and other local elites. For example, Philo of Alexandria, other Jewish elites in Alexandria and some cities. Consciously adopted Greek Paideia while keeping Jewish religion and identity. The result was bilingual, bicultural elites who could move in both Jewish and Greco-Roman intellectual worlds. Dang. Step by step, the education path that enabled someone in the first century to compose literate Greek works. That's what we want to know. What's the education needed to compose literate Greek works? For example, epistles, gospels, and theological treatises. Below, I give the practical sequence, what actually happened in most Greek Hellenistic Roman cities, and the skills productions each stage trained for. Stage 0, home formation, preschool, more training, ages 0 through 6. Parents and household, often with a pedagogus for boys, teach basic manners, oral storytelling, memorization of poetry, moral habits. This establishes the cultural ground of Paideia. Purpose, moral formation, oral fluency. Stage 1, primary literacy, ages 6 through 10. Small private teacher. Teaches alphabet. So now you got to learn the Greek alphabet. If you're going to be composing Greek literature, now you got to learn the alphabet. Alphabet, reading and writing. Wax tablet, stylus, basic arithmetic. Recitation and memorization of model poems. Homer, look at that. If you were being raised to compose Greek literature and you in this Paideia, guess what you gotta learn? Homer. The Odyssey, the Iliad. So if Philo is composing Greek literature, if Paul is composing Greek literature, and if your boy Josephus is composing Greek literature, guess what? They had to learn from who? Homer. Skill produce, accurate written Greek. Hold on. Accurate written Greek. Familiarity with classic poetic language and formulas, the necessary tools for composing clear Greek sentences. Y'all, they not just waking up, and I ain't talking about repeating a few Greek words because they around you. We talking about waking up, writing whole books in Greek. Well, you would have had to been trained in that, like, you know what I mean? And the disciples and who we call the Messiah had never had this type of training. That's why we say the Gospels were not written by eyewitnesses. They were written in Greek. These niggas wasn't reading. They wasn't writing Greek or composing Greek literature. They weren't. They weren't. Why? Because they didn't have this training. You got to go through this. Watch this. Stage 2, secondary literary schooling. Grammaticus. Ages 10 through 15. The Grammaticus, more advanced teacher, focuses on close study of canonical authors. Homer. You got to be a student of Homer. Homer, lyric poets, tragedians, historians, literary analysis, meter, vocabulary, myth, and allusion. See, Greek mythology. Training in reading aloud and interpretive exposition. Skill produced, deeper literary competence, imitation of literary models, mastery of idiom needed for literary composition and exegesis. Stage 3, rhetorical training, rhetoric, the sophists. Ages 15 through 20 or older, the advanced professional teacher, the rhetor, teaches graded composition, exercises, fable, narrative, crea, refutation, encomium, comparison, and commonplaces. Declamation, delivery, arrangement, argumentation strategies, use of rhetorical figures, persuasive structure, practice composing speeches, letters, and forensic or deliberate pieces. Skill produced, ability to compose extended, persuasive prose and standard Hellenistic Greek rhetorical modes. The toolkit behind epistles. The epistles of Paul, the toolkit behind epistles, sermons, and many literary genres. With this training, an author could craft sophisticated arguments, embed scriptural citations, and shape rhetorical appeals to specific audiences. And note, the exercise series is especially important. It's the actual practice regimen that teaches the student how to invent, structure, and style an argument in Greek. Stage 4, higher intellectual philosophical formation, young adult upwards. They get into stage 5, apprenticeship, practical writing life. Throughout adult life, many authors learn by doing, copying models, drafting letters and speeches, serving as secretaries. The apostles and the main had none of this. But Paul did. Scribes or attendants, which provided practical literacy, participate in civic council, synagogue leadership, or rhetorical contests that honed public style. Skill produced genre competence, epistle, homily, gospel narrative, facility and audience targeted composition. How composing the New Testament type works. To compose epistles, narrative gospels, or theological treatises in Koine Greek in the 1st century, an author typically needed solid literacy and orthography. Stage 1, to write Greek clearly. Stage 2, to allude to scripture, use stock phrase and shape elegant sentences. Structured argument. Paul's letters show deliberate, persuasive structures. Use rhetorical devices and address diverse audiences. Scholars show New Testament writers use rhetorical techniques and progymnasmata patterns. Familiarity with religious texts and interpretive methods. For Jewish or Christian theological works, this includes the Septuagint, midrashic, elusive reading, and philosophical vocabulary. Look at this. Quick illustrated examples. What are we talking about? Philo, an Alexandrian Jewish elite, Greek paideia, plus philosophical training, plus Septuagint exegesis, produced philosophical exegetical Greek works. Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Paul grew up in Hellenized city Tarsus. Many scholars argue he shows rhetorical strategies that presuppose at least some rhetorical training or model familiarity. See New Testament rhetoric studies. Let's get into your boy, Saul of Tarsus. Saul of Tarsus. His Greek education and Roman connections. If y'all get some understanding so far, y'all drop an 8,000 in the chat, man. CGG is still cooking. Y'all know how we do, man. CGG is still cooking. Let's get to your boy, Saul of Tarsus. Let's get to it. It's an excellent book right here, too. Y'all should check it out when you get some time, man. Operation Messiah. Excellent, excellent book. He looked like a Negro you can't trust right there, boy. That Negro looks shady. That Negro looks shady, boy. Ooh. Let's get into your boy, St. Paul. Getting your boy said, man, he look like, boy, you better not leave him around nobody you know. Dude looks shady, bro. I'm trying to tell you. But y'all screenshot that. Grab that book, man. It's an excellent, excellent book. It's one of mine. I got it. And they lay out some very, very interesting points, I must say. So check that book out, St. Paul, Operation Messiah. St. Paul, Roman Intelligence, and the Birth of Christianity. You heard me, bro? Here's another book I got. It's called St. Paul and Greek Literature. St. Paul and Epimenides. All right, right here. This is page, 7 and 8? St. Paul and Greek Literature. It say, reading in the Gnata came across a curious and interesting passage by way of comment upon Acts 17 and 28. It ran as follows. In him we live and move and have our being. The Cretians used to say of Zeus that he was a prince. Look at this. The Cretians used to say that Zeus was a prince, meaning he was a man. That Zeus was a one-time man. The Cretians used to say of Zeus that he was a prince and that he was ripped up by a wild boar and he was buried, and lo, his grave is with us. Accordingly, Minos, the son of Zeus, made over him a panegyric, and in it he said, a grave they have fashioned for thee, O holy and high one. The lying Cretians, who are all the time liars, evil beasts, slow bellies, idle bellies. This sounds familiar. Huh? This sounds very familiar. What you mean the creatures are always liars, evil beasts, slow bellies? What are they lying about? Huh? Well, do y'all know that the Cretians that Paul was telling Titus to rebuke was saying that Zeus was a one-time man. He is not immortal. Huh? And so the poet that called them and said that the Cretians are always liars, evil beasts, and idol bellies was a devout worshiper of Zeus. What is Paul doing quoting them? What is Paul doing quoting a devout worshiper of Zeus, talking about some Cretians who simply was saying your God was a one-time man? Why is Paul quoting this? Huh? But thou diest not, for to eternity thou livest and standest, for in thee we live and move and have our being. So this is Acts 17:28 and Titus 2:12. Huh? Let's get into it. I just want to show y'all before I show y'all, the same thing from these other sources. Look, I already got this in my book. It's one of the books we got. St. Paul in Greek literature. And then you can look it up. The PDF is right online. I've been at this. Then you got St. Paul and Pindar. Or Aeschylus. You see that? Don't worry about it. Go right into it. Gotta go right into it. We ain't gonna leave you hanging. We're gonna show you something small and just say, see? 1 Corinthians 15:33, your boy Paul. Your boy Paul. Dang, son. Dang. So we already see Philo. I mean, we all know Philo was heavily Greek influenced. Heavenly. Huh? Look at this. 1 Corinthians 15:33, Menander. A Greek comic playwright. New Testament text, Paul, 1 Corinthians 14:33. Do not be deceived. Bad company ruins good morals. Bad company ruins good morals. Classical source, Menander, Thias, fragment 218. Greek, preserved from fragmentary, often cited in Greek as something like common English rendering of Menander's line. Bad company corrupts good character. Dates. Look at the dates. Menander is 342 BCE. Then 290 BCE. When did Paul write 1 Corinthians 15:33? Y'all, mid first century, 55 through 57 of the Common Era, 300 years after Menander. What is he doing quoting this dude? I thought this was all about who he calling Christ. Why is he quoting Greek niggas who worship Zeus? There go his source, Menander fragments. See Menander fragments collections. But one of the sources is the intertextual Bible. Source, 1 Corinthians text and Dayton Standard New Testament introductions, Bart Ehrman and Brown. So we let you know where the dates and all that come from. But look at that, y'all. He's quoting a Greek cat who lived 300 years before him. Trying to tell the people about who you calling Christ. Look at this. Here go Menander right here. This is not no Bantu Negro from the Congo. This is a so-called Greek. Who walk around in tunics. Menander. Was a Greek playwright and the best-known representative of Athenian New Comedy. He wrote 108 comedies and took the prize at the Linnea Festival 8 times. His record at the city Dionysus is unknown. Menander was the son of well-to-do parents. His father, Diopithes, is identified by some with the Athenian general and governor of Thracian, Chersonese. Known from the speech of Demosthenes, he presumably derived his taste for comic drama from his uncle Alexis. He was the friend, associate, and perhaps pupil of Theophrastus, and was on intimate terms with the Athenian dictator Demetrius of Phaleron. And that didn't even sound right. He also enjoyed the patronage of Ptolemy Soter. Really? The Ptolemies in Egypt. Hellenistic Egypt. The son of Lagus who invited him to his court. But Menander, preferring the independence of his villa in the Piraeus and the company of his mistress Glycera, refused. According to the note of a scholar on the Ibis of Ovid, he drowned while bathing. His countrymen honored him with a tomb on the road leading to Athens, where it was seen by Pausanias. Numerous supposed busts of him survive, including a well-known statue in the Vatican. What? In the Vatican, formerly thought to be Gaius Marius. Famous quotations. In his first epistle to the Corinthians, Paul the apostle quotes Menander. In the text, bad company corrupts good character, which probably comes from his play Thais, according to 5th century Christian historian Socrates Scholasticus. The Christians noted that Paul is quoting Greek literature. They know it. This is a cat who lived 800 years after Menander. This little Christian historian, Socrates Scholasticus. He letting it be known what it is. Menander derived this from Euripides. He who labors diligently need never despair, for all things are accomplished by diligence and labor. Menander. All right, let's go to Paul again. 2 Titus 1 and 2. Epimendes. The Cretan poet. Quoted by Callimachus. New Testament text, Paul, Titus 1 and 12. Titus 1 and 12. One of themselves, a prophet of their own, said, Cretans are always liars, evil beasts, and lazy gluttons. Classical source, Epimendes. The word is also preserved in Callimachus' hymn to who? Zeus. Come on, man. Come on, man. So it's a hymn to Zeus. And the Cretans are being called liars because they're saying that Zeus is a one-time man. And this Epimenides is calling them liars because he's saying that Zeus is immortal. But they're worshippers of Zeus. What is Paul doing quoting them? In other words, Paul is showing that he is heavily educated in Greek culture, in Greek mythology. He's quoting poets. He's writing in Greek. See that? Hymn to Zeus, which cites Epimendes. This line is quoted in early Greek literature and then in Titus. Dates. Epimendes, traditionally dated to the 6th century BCE. Come on, y'all, 600 to 500. A Cretan seer/poet, date debated but early archaic. Okay, Titus, if the Pauline letters are authentic, 60s of the Common Era. So all this is 600 years before. If Deutero-Pauline, some said Titus later, 800 to 100. That's even worse. Most conservative majority dating 63 to 65 if authentic. Look at this. Sources, further read. See, we got all our sources out there. Let's get into this cat right here. Epimendes, right? Show you about dude. These cats worship Zeus. Paul over here quoting them. These cats worship Zeus. And Philo over here quoting. Talking about the logos and all that. These cats are devout worshipers of Zeus and the Greek gods. But all their sayings are in the scripture. Bible. That'd be something people really don't want to deal with. It's like, well, dang, what the? Epimendes of Gnosis, or of Crete, was a semi-mythical 7th or 6th century BC Greek seer and philosopher, poet from Gnosis life, while tending his father's sheep. Trip about this, y'all. Watch this. Watch this. This cracked me up. While tending his father's sheep, Epimendes is said to have fallen asleep for 57 years. You mean to tell me Paul is quoting this dude? And he looked like he's sucking his thumb. He looked like he's sucking his thumb. Paul's quoting this dude. It said he fell asleep for 57 years in a Cretan cave, sacred to who? Sacred to who? Zeus. Zeus. After which he reportedly awoke with the gift of prophecy. Plutarch writes to Epimendes, Epimenides purified Athens after the pollution brought by the accompany, and that the serious expertise in sacrifices, and reform of funeral practices were of great help to Solon in his reform of the Athenian state. The only reward he would accept was a branch of the sacred olive and a promise of perpetual friendship between Athens and Knossos. Plutarch, The Life of Solon, 12, Aristotle, Athens, POL 1. Epimenides, he died in Crete at an advanced age according to his countrymen, who afterwards honored him as a who? A god. He lived nearly 300 years. This nigga lived 300 years. Hey, man. These cats worship Zeus. He done fell in a cave dedicated to Zeus for 57 years. That nigga done woke up with prophetic skills. And then when he finally died for 300 years, they honor him as a god. And Paul's quoting this cat. You don't see nothing wrong with that? Shout out to my sister Essence in the building. What's the word, sis? Epimenides Criticum is quoted twice in the New Testament. This guy right here sucking his thumb. Epimenides the Cretan. It's quoted twice in the New Testament. How? That means whoever's writing them, whoever's quoting them is writing. And whoever's writing is obviously educated in Greek mythology and Greek culture and Greek history. How the hell else are you quoting these cats? It's quoted twice in the New Testament. Its only source is 9th century Syriac commentary by Ishodad of Merv on the Acts of the Apostles. Discovered, edited, and translated into Greek by Professor J. Rendell Harris in a series of articles. And the poem Minos addresses Zeus thus. Here's a translation. They fashioned a tomb for you, holy and high one. Cretians always liars, evil beasts, idle bellies. But you are not dead. You live and abide forever. Who's the high and holy one? It's Zeus. It's Zeus. Look, man. For in you we live and move and have our being. What? The lie of the Cretians is that Zeus was mortal. Epimenides considered Zeus immortal. Cretians always liars with the same theological intent as Epimenides also appears in the hymn to Zeus of Callimachus. The fourth line is quoted with a reference to one of your own poets in Acts of the Apostles, chapter 17, verse 28. The second line is quoted with a veiled attribution, a prophet of their own. And the epistle to Titus by Paul, chapter 1, verse 12, to warn Titus about the Cretians. The prophet in Titus 1 and 12 is identified by Clement of Alexandria as Epimenides. This guy right here, who fell asleep in a damn cave that was sacred to Zeus. He was so dedicated to Zeus worship that he called the people where he was from liars, because they were simply saying Zeus is dead, he a one-time man. Here come Paul saying, hey, the Cretians are always liars, evil beasts, slow bellies, wherefore rebuke them sharply. Why? For saying that Zeus is a man? Paul, was you trying to push is your cosmic Christ you was trying to push on the world really Zeus? Really a Greek god? Really Philos Logos? Or Heraclitus Logos? Is that what's really going on here? Why are you quoting all these cats? Menander, Epimenides, Calcamus. What are you doing quoting all these cats? The fourth line is quoted with reference to one of your own poets in Acts of the Apostles, chapter 17, verse 28. Clement of Alexandria identifies in Titus 1 and 12 the prophet of their own as Epimenides. See? So even your Christian church fathers knew that Paul was quoting from these Greek poets and mythologists and worshipers of Zeus. If y'all understand that Clement of Alexandria is this is Alexandria again, But nonetheless, Clement of Alexandria is a quote-unquote church father. And if he is identifying that Paul is quoting from Epimenides in Titus 1 and 12, then that means the church fathers knew that Paul, you understand, was very well versed, and he was quoting, you understand, Greek men who were worshipers of Zeus. If you understand that, y'all drop a vortex in the chat for me, man. Look what it said. It said, the prophet in Titus 1 and 12 is identified by Clement of Alexandria as Epimenides. In this passage, Clement mentions that some say Epimenides should be counted among the 7 wisest philosophers. And he's saying this in his work. Stramato 1 and 14. Dang. Chrysostom, homily 3 on Titus, gives an alternative fragment. For even a tomb king of you they made, who never died, but ever shall be. Acts 17:28. For in him we live and move and have our being, as certain also of your own poets have said. For we are also his offspring. Whose offspring? What you mean for in him we live? That was a hymn to Zeus. Paul is trying to make this about Jesus. He's quoting a line from a cat who lived 500 years before him, but it was a hymn to Zeus. And he's quoting it word for word, trying to make it about his Christ. Look, Titus 1 and 12. Paul again, one of themselves, even a prophet, Epimenides. Church father said it was Epimenides. One of themselves, even a prophet of their own, said the creatures are always liars, evil beasts, slow bellies. Y'all, this right here is proof that he's quoting Greek literature. He quoting Greek literature. You can't duck this. You can't duck it. Let's show it. Acts 17:28, Paul in Athens. Aratus. And possibly Epimenides and other Hellenistic poets. Dang. Dang, son. Dang, son. Well, would you say heist of the century, huh, Bron? Paul again, for in him we live and move and have our being, as some of your own poets have said, for we too are his offspring. Classical sources behind the two clauses. For we too are his offspring, most commonly traced to Aratus. The didactic poem, invocation to who? Zeus. Zeus. Niggas don't worship Zeus, do you? Hey, boy. They done ran with this logos, boy. I try to tell you, they done ran with it. They done ran with it, man. They done ran with it. Look at this. Loeb and other editions cite Aratus line as the closer match. Aratus, for we are also his offspring. See, Phenomena 5. Date for Aratus poem, 275 to 240 BCE. Hellenistic period. Commonly cited 300 to 250 BCE. For in him we live and move and have our being. The wording in Acts echoes Hellenistic religious philosophic formula. Scholars have suggested Epimenides of Cretia via later reworkings, or even Cleanthes' hymn to Zeus, Stoic, as background for the idea in him we live and move. Luke's citation likely blends a couple of Hellenistic lines or reflects a paraphrase of well-known poetic formula. Acts 17:28 is an instance where Luke has Paul appeal to the poets of Athens, Greek. Aratus' Loeb translation fragment. Aratus' invocation of Zeus includes the phrase rendered, for we are also his offspring. And one of the sources is the intertextual Bible. That means us Christian scholars know Greek literature is being quoted. Look at the dates. This ain't lick your finger scholarship. Look at the dates. Aratus is 315 to 240. Or 300 to 250. Epimenides, 6th century BCE. That's the 500s. If we talking Luke Acts, it's usually dated when? 80 to 90 of the Common Era. 300 years later. The speech itself is Luke's composition, preserving Paul's era August address. Paul's visit historically often dated to 50 to 52, but the canonical text is Luke's work, 80 to 90. This ain't written to 80. Whoever is writing it is writing it, you dig? What is that? 50 to 60 years after the death of who you calling Jesus. And he trying to preach to you about Jesus, but he quoting Greek poets who are devoted to Zeus, calling us his offspring and all that. More sources: Aratus Phenomenae, Lowell Classical Library Analysis of Acts, 1728. The boy Aratus. Was a Greek didactic poet, his major existing work, and it is his hexameter poem. Later influence. The two poems were very popular both in the Greek and Roman world, as is proved by the number of commentaries and Latin translations. He enjoyed immense prestige, look at this, among Hellenistic poets, including Theocritus and Callimachus and Leonidas of Tarentum. Aratus was also cited by the author of Acts, believed to be Luke the evangelist. In Acts 17:28, where he relates St. Paul's address on the Areopagus. Paul speaking of God, but the God, if he's quoting that, then the God is Zeus. Paul speaking of God quotes the 5th line of Aratus' Phenomenon, source of the first part of Acts 17:28. Translation: let us begin with Zeus. Let us begin with Zeus, whom we mortals never leave unspoken. Every street, every marketplace is full of God. See? Even the sea and the harbor are full of this deity. What deity? Zeus. Everywhere, everyone is indebted to God, for we are indeed his offspring. Leave me alone, man. That's Acts 17:28 all day. But he's quoting something from 300 years earlier that's devoted to Zeus. Let's get into Acts 26:14. It is hard for thee. This is Paul again, talking about his conversion on the road to Damascus, right? Paul again. And it's hard for thee. And he's saying, gee, Christ appeared to him in the sky and asked him, why is he kicking against the pricks or kicking against the goals? So you're saying that this man, this Hebrew revolutionary Messiah who you never met, appeared to you quoting some Greek poets who are devout worshipers of Zeus from 500 years earlier. And we supposed to believe you? We supposed to believe that this master Messiah, who you never met, appeared to you quoting some Greek niggas for 500 years before he walked the earth. Romeo, Paul. Nah, man, we're not going for that. We're not going for that. Huh? Why would the Israelite Hebrew revolutionary Messiah who you never met appear to you, give you a different message than his brothers and them? And not only appear to you, quote some Greek niggas who are devout worshipers of Zeus. Unless you're saying Zeus is the father of Jesus, your Christ. Come on, man. We got to, look, we free yourselves from the clutches of these deities. Free yourself, man. New Testament text, Acts 26:14, wording. And he said to me, it is hard for you to kick against the goads or the pricks. Greek and Acts. Classical parallels, possible sources. Euripides of the Bacchae, line 795, contains virtually the same proverb in a speech by Dionysus. Dionysus is another god. Than to kick against the goads. Euripides of the Bacchae, 405 BCE. Proverb also appears in other classical authors, Aeschylus, etc., as a commonplace metaphor for self-destructive resistance to divine will. Proverb was a common Hellenistic Greek proverbial image. Ox, goad, self-injury when resisting. See, this was a common Hellenistic Greek proverbial image. So Paul is saying that the Messiah appeared to him quoting a common Hellenistic Greek proverbial image. Come on, man. And would be understandable both to Greek audiences and to agrarian poetic minds. Luke's Acts or Paul in a Greek retelling uses the imagery in the conversion narrative. Dang, dog. Euripides of the Bacchae, 405 BCE. Acts composed around 80 to 90 of the Common Era. Luke's narrative, Paul's speech, Paul's conversion is often dated to around 33 to 36 CE historically, although the textual form and wording are Luke's. So it ain't written to 80 to 90 Common Era, but it first goes out kicking against the pricks or the goats back in 400 BCE. How would Paul know to quote all these Greek poets and playwrights? How, if he wasn't raised up? I showed you Padea earlier, wasn't raised up from a youth studying these cats. And don't forget, Paul is composing in Greek literature too. All his epistles are in Greek. This proves that Paul had Greek education, Greek training, extensively. You don't just wake up and sniff your coffee and say, Romeo, Romeo. You don't do nothing like that. You don't just wake up and lick your fingers and find Euripides, Homer, Heraclitus, just Menander. You don't know. No, this is an intentional education. This is a curriculum. This is a curriculum. See that? Look at this. Sources for further reading: Euripides of the Bacchae, Harvard Loeb edition, line 795. Also, you can look up the Center for Hellenic Studies. Acts, text, and commentary on the Proverbs. What about this? It's even in the Bible Hub. See, so the Christian authorities know that this is Greek literature, not only written in Greek, but Paul is quoting from men who are devout worshipers of Zeus and the Greek deities. We've proven it. We're proving it. All right, dealing with the logos. With the logos, if we are his offspring, bearing the logos within us, his is Zeus. That's in the hymn to Zeus. 500 years before there was a Paul. 500 years before there was a John. We got our sources right on the screen. Here go your boy right here, Euripides. That boy looking like a John the Baptist. Dang. Act like they don't know how we get up, wait. I mean, shit, man, look, the game be cooking, man. And to this day, I just don't see why. I don't see why cats won't just be like, you know what? Yeah. Let me go tap in with bruh and them, man. Tap in with the gang. After all, what they saying is right there in your face. Is objective. Just look at it. Euripides, 480 to 406 BC, was a Greek tragedian of classical Athens, along with Aeschylus and Sophocles. He's one of the three authors of Greek tragedy for whom any plays have survived in full. He became, in the Hellenistic age, a cornerstone of ancient literary education, along with Homer, Demosthenes, and Menander. Dang. Paul quoting all these niggas. Short summary table, quick reference, New Testament passage, 1 Corinthians 15:33, Menander 3:42, Paul, 1 Corinthians 55-57. Source, intertextual Bible. Titus 1 and 2 comes from Epimenides of Crete, preserved by Callimachus, 6th century BCE. Callimachus is 3rd century BCE, and Titus is 63-65 of the Common Era, written by Paul. We got Menander, we got Epimenides, we got Callimachus, right? Acts 17:28, Aratus, Cleanthes, Aratus, 300 to 250 BCE, Epimenides, 6th century before the Common Era. Luke is 80 to 90. So you see the influence. The influence is coming down history. He's not going backwards. This is not a mistake that Paul is quoting any of this. It's not a mistake. This is intentional. Intentional. Then you got Euripides, Acts 26:14. Euripides, 405 BCE. Acts is 80 to 90. That's in the Center for Hellenic Studies. So now we got Paul's obvious Greek education out the way. Obvious. Let's get into, and look, we got Philo's Greek education out the way. We got Paul's Greek education out the way. We got Philo's Herodian and Roman connection out the way. Now we're about to get Paul's Roman and Herodian connection out the way. They run in the same circles, even if they're years apart. The circles don't change, even if certain jokers die out or whatever. It just, you got all type of pupils that step up and take the place. So nevertheless, it's the same circles. Alexander's, the Herod, Caesar. The Alexanders in Alexandria, Egypt, Philo and his brother and nephews. You got the Herodians in Jerusalem, and you got Caesar in Rome. All three connected. It's a triangle. All three connected. Saul of Tarsus, his Roman Herodian connections. Romans 16:11. Salute Herodian, my kinsmen. Greet them to be of the household of Narcissus. Which are in the Lord. Romans 16:11, Saul of Tarsus. Notice Saul is a relative of Herod the Great, the impostor Edomite king of Judah. Source, parallel New Testament. Look. See, we got these books. We just, Romans 16, you see it up there in the right-hand corner. So you don't think we making this stuff up. And these are 3 parallel New Testaments, side by side. All right? Let's get a little closer for you. See, we know how to walk it down. There ain't nothing to it. Right here. Now we're talking about Aristobulus. That's more connection to the Herods. Ask for the peace of the sons of the house of Aristobulus. Ask the peace of Herodian, my who? Relative. Herod had a son named Aristobulus that he ended up having, I believe, with Miriam. And that's where Josephus say Miriam is a Hasmonean princess related to Judah Macabee and them. Herod the Great married her and had children. But Josephus claimed he descended from one of Miriam's children that she had. Well, she had her children with Herod. Josephus, so that means, nigga, you go back to Herod too. Man, leave me alone, bro. Leave me alone. So right here in this parallel New Testament that we have, it says, ask for the peace of the sons of the house of Aristobulus. That's all Herodian connected right there too. Ask the peace of Herodian, my relative. He's saying whoever this Herod, there is nobody in the first century with the name Herod, and they not related to the Herods. You won't find one. There's nobody with that type of name that's not bloodline related to them. And Paul's saying whoever this is my who? My relative. If y'all see that, drop a 5,000 in the chat. Paul is saying in Romans, it just so happened to be in the letter to the Romans, it's a cat in Rome named Herodian. Herodian. And Paul say that's his relative. That's his relo. That's his kinfolk. You see? All of a sudden, Negroes don't know what a kinsman is. All you niggas was smart, man. Look at this. Not only is Saul of Tarsus a bloodline relative of Herod the Great, he, like Philo of Alexandria, also had Roman citizenship. Any of the apostles have Roman citizenship? No. Did the Messiah have Roman citizenship? No. Let's go read Paul again. Paul, Acts 22, 25 through 29. And as they bound him with thongs, Saul said unto the centurion that stood by, is it lawful for you to scourge a man that is a Roman and uncondemned? When the centurion heard that, he went and told the chief captain, saying, take heed what you doest. For this man is a Roman. So a centurion has authority over 100 soldiers. A captain of the guard got authority over 1,000. So the centurion run up on him, one higher in rank in him, and say, hey, look, this dude a Roman. This dude a Roman. Yeah, see, like this nigga, Tazoriak told us about a certain Christian. Negro, shut up. Know what the hell you talking about, man? You don't know nothing about what you talking He said, well, this man is a Roman. Then chief captain came and said unto him, tell me, art thou a Roman? He said, Paul said, what'd he say? Yeah. Hold on. Paul said, yeah, I'm a Roman. Ooh. Ooh. Negro want to say, man, you know, you got U.S. citizenship. Nigga, he had Roman citizenship. Yes, he did have Roman citizenship, but it's nothing like what you talking about. You don't just because you're born in Gaul or born in anywhere in the Roman province that they got authority, don't make you a Roman. If you're born within the borders of the United States of America, guess what? You're a so-called United States citizen. Being born within the borders of the Roman Empire don't make you a Roman citizen. Yeah. It's time to dive deeper. You know, the old talking points, you know, they didn't came and went. The old talking points that the elders gave, they didn't came and went, expired. You can be born within the borders of the United States, no matter if you're Chinese, Guyanese, or whatever. If you're born within the borders of the United States, you are naturally a United States citizen. Being born within the borders of the Roman Empire don't give you the right to be a Roman citizen. So the fact that Paul is a Roman, you dig, is something else going on here. Because he's an Israelite claiming to be a Roman. Or a Roman claiming to be an Israelite. Paul said, yeah, I'm a Roman. Verse 28. And chief captain answered, with a great sum obtained out his freedom. The chief captain, the nigga got a charge over 1,000 soldiers, say, I had to pay a heavy price to get my freedom, man, to be considered a citizen. I had to pay a heavy price. What did Paul say? And Paul said, but I was freeborn. Paul said, I ain't have to pay nothing to get my citizenship. I was born a Roman. I was born a Roman. I'm a freeborn Roman. See, you can get your citizenship by, you know, paying for it and going through hell and high water. Like this brother who was chief of the captain in the Roman army. He said, with a great sum obtained out his freedom, I went through hell and high water to get my citizenship, to get my stamp, to get my freedom. How does Paul respond? How did Paul say? Paul said, but I was freeborn. I was born a Roman. Hey, man. Hey, but you want to get mad at me, though. you want to get mad at me, though. That nigga said, I was born this. Dang. But brother, he also say, you know, he's from the tribe of Benjamin. And, you know, he an Israelite indeed. And, you know, all this extra stuff. With Herod was saying the same thing. And he wasn't an Israelite. And by the first century of the fall of Jerusalem, Rome was appointing your priests. Rome was appointing your Sanhedrin. All these are Roman appointed. It ain't by heredity or by the law. It's all appointment via Rome. Even Herod the Great, who was sitting, and his sons after him, that's Roman appointed. So you got a Roman appointed king and a Roman appointed priesthood and a Roman appointed court in first century Palestine. And Paul got so much authority. Where he go? He went to the high priest. Nigga, how can you just skip up on the high priest? Who was you? Who was you? You said you was a Pharisee. What you mean you can just walk up on the Sadducees? Sadduq. I guess they trying to say they the sons of Zadok. How can you just mosey on up and skip up and say, hey, I want to go kill me some Christian folk? Thought you said you was a Pharisee. That boy said I was freeborn, and straightway they departed from him, which should have examined him. The chief captain also was afraid after he knew that he was a Roman, and because he had bound him, because he detained him. He's like, boy, I mess around and get killed for putting him in cuffs. Boy, I ain't know you was no Roman. You better take the cuffs off him. Dang. Now, how can Saul of Tarsus claim Israelite heritage, have Herod the Great as an ancestor, and be a freeborn Roman citizen? Watch this. Back to scripticaclassica.org. Same thing I use for your boy Philo. Same source. The intervention of Sextus Julius Caesar, governor of Syria, in the affair of Herod's trial. Let's read it again. About July 47 BCE, Julius Caesar came from Egypt to Syria. And during his short stay there, settled the affairs of the province and rewarded those states and individuals who had given him military aid in the Alexandrian War, because the war in Alexandria was being fought between the Jewish communities and the Greek communities. And you got this sellout nigga Philo trying to combine both ideas and thoughts. They head took off. Philo's nephew then deployed his legions against his quote-unquote Jewish folk. And he was second in command with Titus when they sacked Jerusalem. Man, these cats are the ops, your enemies. Look at this. Look at this. One of the individuals whom Caesar rewarded for his courage and excellent military record in the Alexandrian War was Antipater, the father of Herod, to whom he granted Roman citizenship. Didn't Paul say he was a freeborn Roman? You know why? Because he descends from Antipater, the father of Herod the Great. That's why. Watch this. I have discussed elsewhere the nature of this immunity by comparing it with the privileges granted by Octavian between the years 42 and 36 to Seleucus of Rhodes. In that paper, I put forward the suggestion that the privileges Julius Caesar granted to Antipater and his descendants, the Roman citizenship applied to Antipater and everybody that descend from him, including Herod, including his brother Costobarus, and everybody that come from them. It's on record in Rome with the Senate. It's Antipater's family. And his descendants were the same as those given later to Seleucus and his family. Look at this. As we see, Saul is a bloodline relative to Antipater, the father of Herod the Great. This would explain why Saul told the captain of the guard that he was a freeborn Roman citizen. To be freeborn means you didn't have to earn citizenship and that your parents were both born free. The privilege is solely based on the actions of your ancestors. Types of citizenship. Citizenship in Rome could be acquired through various means. To be born as a citizen, like Paul, required that both parents be free citizens of Rome. Hold on, what you mean? How can your parents be free citizens of Rome because you claim you were Benjamite? When did the Benjamites receive Roman citizenship? You mean to tell me this nigga is the only Benjamite in history that received Roman citizenship? Historically speaking, when did the tribe of, since Paul's a Benjamite, when did the tribe of Benjamin receive Roman citizenship? To where Paul could boast in his later years and say, I'm a freeborn Roman. When? If you don't got no history on when the tribe of Benjamin received Roman citizenship, you dig, then guess what? Guess what? You got to stand down, because we can show when Antipater, the father of Herod, received Roman citizenship for him and all his descendants. Paul already told you in the book of Romans, Herodian is my kinsman or my relative. Well, the Herods go back to Antipater. So connect the dots. If Herodian or the Herods is his relatives, and Herod the Great's father is Antipater, and in Rome with the Senate is Antipater's pedigree, him and all his descendants are stamped valid as Roman citizens. So if you can't show when the tribe of Benjamin converted or received Roman citizenship, but we can show when the house of Herod did. And Paul off his own lips saying the Herods is his family. If we can find that, you dig, then guess what? We got a who and a when and a how. You don't. You don't. Ooh-wee. So what you say? See, like he admitted it. He said, "Yeah, bro, I was born a Roman. I was born one." In order for Saul to be a freeborn Roman with citizenship means that both his parents had blood relations to Antipater, the father of Herod the Great. Let's look at Antipater's family tree. Is Saul in there? Quick note, Saul's Greek name is Saulus. There we go. Right there, Saulus. S-A-U-L-U-S, Saulus. Let's go into the family of Coaster son of Antipater. Close family of Coaster be Antipater. See, Herod the Great married Miriam. Miriam is a Hasmonean princess. This is who Josephus claimed he descends from right here. Well, Miriam had sons. Which one of these is your ancestors? And if you claiming you descend from Miriam, were her children were by Herod the Great, Josephus. So there's no way you can claim the Hasmonean descent without claiming a Herodian descent. Huh? We can't claim Hasmonean without claiming Herodian. Because there's the connection right there. There's the connection between Herod the Great and the Hasmonean dynasty right there, Miriam. And that's who, up here to the top right, that's who Josephus say he come from. Right? Well, that would make him a descendant of Herod too. Why? Because Herod is the one who fathered Miriam's children. But down here you got Saul. Right here. Saulus be Antipater. There goes Saul right there. We even got a family tree. You don't. Let's get into the book of Joseph. Here go another source. Source enough for you? Source enough for you. There he is, old lawless Saulus. Family tree of Saul is based on the work of Josephus, War of the Jews, Antiquity of the Jews. See, we got a source. We sourced up. What you talking about? Sourced up. Sourced up. Got your Acts up here. Saul and Josephus, and the Saul and Paul in the New Testament, they in the same exact spots. You know, the same people. Same exact spot. That's why I got the Acts up there. Acts 4:1-6. Ananias, the high priest. Oh, really? Really? And Saul goes to Ananias. Look. Who had a son named Simon? Really? Okay, let's read some of these. This right here is Antiquity of the Jews, page 538. Look what it says. This is all around 68 AD, Common Era. And now Jesus, the son of Gamaliel, became the successor of Jesus, the son of Damnaeus, and the high priesthood, which the king had taken from the other. The king is Herod now, his sons. And which the king had taken from the other, on which account a sedition arose between the high priests. See that? See, the king is an Edomite, an Idumean, descendant of Herod. And Herod is up under the authority of Rome. The impostor king and his sons are appointing high priests. No. Well, in the Bible, it's supposed to be, you know what I mean? The high priest is something that's inherited from father to son. These niggas is straight putting in and installing their own priests. Look at this. For they got together, because sedition gonna rise, right? Bodies of the boldest sort of the people, and frequently came from reproaches to throwing of stones at each other. But Ananias was too hard for the rest by his riches, which enabled him to gain those that were most ready to receive. Coastal bars also, and who? Saulus, did themselves get together a multitude of wicked wretches. And this because they were of who? The royal family. What royal family? The Herods. Huh? And so they obtained favor among them because of their kindred to who? Agrippa. Herod Agrippa. This Saul is directly related to Herod Agrippa of the Herodian dynasty. So was Paul in the New Testament. You gonna tell me these ain't the same people? They're in the same places, know the same people. Oh well, the years scholars say, look, so this ain't the same Ananias, this ain't the same Saul. Like none of these people are the same. This ain't the same Miriam, this ain't the same nobody. But they still use violence with the people and were ready to plunder those that were weaker than themselves. And from that time, it principally came to pass that our city was greatly disordered, Jerusalem, and all things grew worse and worse among us. Look at that. I don't know. Let's go read who were the high priests, right? And how Saul went to them. And yet it came to pass no more that their rulers in Acts 4, 5 through 6, Acts 9 and 1. And it came to pass on the morrow that their rulers and elders and scribes and Ananias, the high priest, and Caiaphas and John and Alexander, and as many as were of the kindred of the high priest were gathered together at Jerusalem. See that? Look at this. And Saul, yet breathing out threatenings and slaughter against the disciples of the Lord, went into the high priest. Who's the high priest? Ananias. Who Josephus is talking about right up in here. The high priest. Same. Y'all, if you still think it's a game, here we go. Right in your Bible dictionary. If you don't think this is the same Ananias. The same Ananias in the book of Acts that Paul went to was the same Ananias in the book of Josephus. Look, Ananias, Bible dictionary. Right? Knows what it says. It says in Josephus right up here. In Josephus. Look at this. A high priest of the Jews elevated to the pontificate. Hold on. Pontificate by Quirinius, the governor of Syria, circa AD 6 or 7. Afterwards, AD 15, deposed by Valerius Gratus, the procurator of Judea, who put in his place first Ishmael, son of Fabi, and shortly after Eleazar, son of Anas. From the latter, the office passed to Simon, which is his son. From Simon, circa AD 18, to Caiaphas. But Ananias, even after he had been put out of office, continued to have great influence. John 18, 13 to 24. This explains the mistake by which Luke in his gospel, Luke 3 and 2, and in Acts 4 and 6, attributes to him the pontificate long after he had been removed from office. Same dude. They just backdating. They playing with the dates. Same dude. Water Jews. Romans 16 and 11. Right here goes Saul again. So the men of power, perceiving that the sedition was too hard for them to subdue, and that the danger which would arise from the Romans would come upon them first of all, endeavored to save themselves. And sent ambassadors, some to Florus, the chief of whom was Simon. We just read about Simon, didn't we? Right here. Simon. Right there. Simon. Okay, well, shit. Connecting dots then. Okay. Here we go. So the men of power, perceiving that the sedition was too hard for them to subdue, that the danger which would arise from the Romans would come upon them first of all, endeavor to save themselves, and sent ambassador to Florus, the chief of whom was Simon, the son of Ananias. The Bible dictionary tell you he got a son named Simon. But the dates it's given is backdated because Josephus is writing about the same dude in the year 68 of the Common Era. CE. The whole biblical narrative is backdated, y'all. You got to ask yourself why. Who's backdating it? Right? And then once you find it out, dang, well, who's writing it? Whoever backdating is writing it. Simon, the son of Ananias, and others to Agrippa, among whom the most eminent were Saul and Antipas and Costa-Bars, who were of the king's kindred. Remember, he said, salute Herodian, my kinsman. The kings in the first century are the Herodians. Okay? Easy work. We showed again, right? As for the peace of Herodian, my relative, Romans 16 and 11. Paul again. Keep going. Yep, Antiquity of the Jews, book 2, chapter 20. Saul again. After this calamity had befallen Cestius, many of the most eminent of the Jews swam away from the city as from a ship when it was going to sink. Costa-Bars, therefore, and Saul, who were brethren, together with Philip, the son of Jacomus, who was the commander of King Agrippa's forces. Agrippa is Herod Agrippa. You see, they related. They bloodline related. Right? The Roman citizenship gave him away. When he said he was a free-born Roman, that did it. Because you can't find no Benjamites that got Roman citizenship. Ran away from the city and went to Cestus. But then how Antipas, who had been besieged with them in the king's palace, but would not fly away with them, was afterwards slain by the seditious. We shall relate hereafter. However, Cestus sent Saul and his friends at their own desire to who? Achaia. Is Paul in Acts in this spot called Achaia? I mean, they in the same spots. They know the same people. They're related to the king. They causing all type of havoc. That's what Saul was on, according to the biblical narrative, until he was blinded, right? And this dude is moving the same way, exact way. To Achaia de Nero to inform him of the great distress they were in and to lay the blame of their kindling the war upon Florus, is hoping to alleviate his own danger by provoking his indignation against Florus. Let's go to Acts 18. Let's see if Saul is in the very same spot. Acts 18. Acts 18. This is Paul again. Where is he at? And when Gallio was the deputy of who? Achaia, the Jews made insurrection with one accord against Saul or Paul and brought him to the judgment seat. 27. And when he was supposed to pass into Achaia, the brethren wrote exhorting the disciples to relieve him, who when he was come helped them much which had believed through grace. So Saul and Josephus is in the same spots as Paul in the New Testament. They know the same people. They got in the same circles. Now this one right here is the kill shot. You want to know who has the ability to write Hebrew history in Greek? Who got the education? Who got the authority? Who got the financial backing to do it in the first century? The education you had to have Padea. Obviously, Paul had it. He quoting all the Greek philosophers and poets. Obviously, your boy had it, Philo. He composed many works in Greek. And was talking about the logos and reverencing men who were devout worshipers of Zeus. Now this right here, y'all, is called Antiquity of the Jews or Against Apion, book 1. Now look what Josephus says. Look at this, man. Like, look, we ain't got no more time to play with this. Right? The Gospels is written in Greek from Rome, overseas. Who got the education in Greek mythology, Greek culture, and Jewish or Hebrew culture? Who got the backing? Who got the financing? Who got the education, man? Who in the first century? We name one, Philo for sure. Paul's another one. But what about Josephus? Josephus is about telling himself. I suppose that by my books of the Antiquities of the Jews, most excellent Epaphroditus, that his name is in Philippians. That's Paul's boy. But this is Josephus. This is Josephus' boy too. Epaphroditus is Paul's homeboy, or Saul of Tarsus. That's just one of his best friends. Just so happened to be Josephus's Patreon. He the one that's financing Josephus. And he just so happened to be Nero's personal secretary. This dude right here, Epaphroditus. And guess what they're going to tell you? It ain't the same Epaphroditus. So it ain't the same nobody. It ain't the same John. It ain't the same Simon. You dig? It ain't the same Epaphroditus. It ain't the same Saul. It ain't the same Agrippa. It ain't the same Miriam. Like, how long you going to keep running this narrative like it ain't the same? Huh? I suppose that by my books of antiquities of the Jews, most excellent Epaphroditus, I have made it evident to those who peruse them that our Jewish nation is of very great antiquity and had distinct subsistence of its own origin. As also I have therein declared how we came to inhabit this country wherein we now live. Those antiquities or histories contain the history of 5,000 years and are taken out of our sacred books, but are translated by who? Who? Me. Into the Greek tongue. Ball game. Ball game. We got a who? We got a who writing about Hebrew or Jewish antiquity. 5,000 years up into his present day, and he got the education. He got the financing. Hell, he even got Epaphroditus, who's Nero's personal secretary and Paul's homeboy. Josephus just told you he the one translating it. Or translated by me into the Greek tongue. And more than likely he had a literary team. It probably wasn't just him. So if you understand, y'all, that we got a who. We be like, the Gospels wasn't written after the fall of Jerusalem. You know what I mean? 70 AD. They were written in Greek. They come from Rome. Somebody asks you who, kindly tell them Flavius Josephus. They're going to tell you source up. Thought you never asked. Thought you never asked. Antiquity of the Jews, book 1, chapter 1. Kick right off. Antiquity of the Jews, book 1, chapter 1. You won't get through the first section before Josephus tell you I'm the one translated. So if y'all see this, if you see that Josephus is admitting off his mouth that he's the one actually translating the history into the Greek tongue, y'all drop a 9,000 in the chat for me. Let your brother know I ain't tripping. He's saying it right there. He's saying he the one translating it. He the one writing it. I'm going to just take the Antiquity of the Jews, book 1, chapter 1. You won't get through the first section without him admitting. Without him admitting that he's the one. Let's get a second witness on Josephus, the War of the Jews, or the history of the destruction of Jerusalem. Look at this right here. What we talking about here, man? I know people be running around here playing. Second witness. Source up and show Josephus is the one translating the histories or the antiquities in the Greek. Source up. Antiquity of the Jews, book 1, chapter 1, section 1. War of the Jews, preface to the War of the Jews. Chapter 1, section 3. Look at this. I have proposed to myself, for the sake of such as live under the government of the Romans, to translate those books into the who? The Greek tongue, which I formerly composed in the language of our country. He telling you, nigga, look, to translate those books into the Greek tongue. I ain't making none of this up, man. You see? Let's keep going. Why is Josephus mentioning Nero Caesar's secretary, Epaphroditus? Why is it that Saul or Paul and Epaphroditus are longtime friends? Saul not only has citizenship, he's connected from the Herodian appointed high priest all the way up to the household of Nero Caesar. To hell with the French connection. Saul or Paul has the Roman and Herodian connections. Philippians 2:24-25. But I trust in the Lord that I also myself shall come shortly. Verse 25. Yet I supposed it necessary to send to you Epaphroditus. Man, that's the same dude Josephus was writing about. Same dude. They gonna tell you it's not. How long you gonna run this narrative like it ain't the same cat and they in the same places and know the same people? How? Huh? Yet I suppose it necessary to send to you Epaphroditus, my brother and companion in labor and fellow soldier. Huh? But your messenger, and he that ministered to my wants, Saul of Tarsus. Philippians 2:24-25. Look what he's saying in Philippians 4:22. That boy Paul connected. Watch this. Philippians 4:22. All the saints salute you, chiefly they that are who? Caesar's household. Nigga, how you know those in Caesar's household? Like Philo knew those in Caesar's household. Like Josephus know those in Caesar's household. Yeah, somebody like Epaphroditus. Saul in the New Testament and Saul and Josephus side by side. Mally, why? Why? Always making us think. Yeah. On the left, Saul in the New Testament, Herodian related. Romans 16:10-11. Saul and Josephus, Herodian related. War of the Jews, book 2, chapter 17, section 4, verse 418. Oh, okay. Saul in the New Testament, close to the Herodian appointed high priest. Acts 4-5, Acts 9:1-2. Saul and Josephus, close to the Herodian appointed high priest. Antiquity of the Jews, book 20, chapter 10, section 4, verse 213-214. Saul in the New Testament called hell in Achaia, Acts 18:12-13 and 27. Saul and Josephus called hell in Achaia, War of the Jews, book 2, chapter 20, section 1, verses 556-558. Saul in the New Testament suspiciously close with Rome, from citizenship up to Nero Caesar himself, Acts 22:25-29, Philippians 4:22. Saul and Josephus suspiciously close with Rome, from citizenship up to Nero Caesar himself, War of the Jews, book 2, chapter 20, section 1, verses 556-558. Saul in the New Testament has a close friend named Epaphroditus, who just so happens to be Nero Caesar's secretary and Josephus' patron. Saul and Josephus has a close friend named Epaphroditus, who just so happens to be Flavius Nero Caesar's secretary and Josephus' patron. So Josephus' patron is Paul's homeboy and is Nero's secretary. And you still don't think something up with dude. Let's get to our last guy we're going to talk about tonight. Titus Flavius Josephus. Y'all didn't know that, did you? You didn't know his name, his adopted name is Titus Flavius Josephus? He don't look like no Bantu Negro from the Congo either, man. I just got to be honest with it. You know what I mean? I'll be honest with yourselves. This last guy we're going to talk about tonight, man. Titus Flavius Josephus. So who you know is Flavius Josephus. Yeah. Let's go ahead and run this on down. Flavius Josephus was a Roman Jewish historian and military leader, best known for writing the Jewish War. He was born in Jerusalem, then part of the Roman province of Judea, to a father of priestly descent and a mother who claimed Hasmonean royal ancestry. But again, if your mama go back to Miriam, right? Miriam is Herod the Great's wife. But that means your mama would have had to descend from one of those children that Miriam had with Herod the Great, Joseph. And then, you know, it's suspect when you claim your father is of priestly descent, right? But we see, based off your own writings, that the priesthood was being installed by the Romans. There were Herodian appointed priests, just like a Roman appointed priest, like a Roman appointed king. He initially fought against the Roman Empire during the First Jewish-Roman War as general of the Jewish forces in Galilee, until surrendering in AD 67 to the Roman army led by Vespasian after the 6-week siege of Yaphat. Now look what Josephus do. Josephus claimed the Jewish messianic prophecies that initiated the first Jewish-Roman war. The whole war was messianic. Salute the first century freedom fighters. I probably would have been dead with you niggas back then. Just to be honest with you. Not knowing what I know now, I got the hell out the way. But had I been in, I'd have been in it. I'd have been dead right with you niggas, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not even going for none of that. You know what I mean? How they was trying to subjugate the bros and shame them and all that. I ain't going for none of that. You know what I mean? So I probably been dead right with you niggas like that. We gotta figure this out. But notice Josephus sell out. He come out and say that Vespasian is the Messiah. He fulfills the messianic prophecies, specifically Numbers 24 and 15. The star that should come out of Jacob that will one day rule the world. Josephus surrenders and tell Vespasian that the scriptures is talking about him. Dang, God. In response, Vespasian decided to keep him as a slave and presumably interpreter. After Vespasian became emperor in AD 69, he granted Josephus his freedom, at which time Josephus assumed the emperor family name of Flavius. Dang. Not the Flavius, huh? So that means he's the propagandist for the Flavian Empire. Joseph. He's the propaganda. He's the one writing the histories. Flavius Josephus fully defected to the Roman side and was granted Roman citizenship. Now, hold on. We got Philo with Roman citizenship. We got Paul with Roman citizenship. And now we got Josephus with citizenship. Y'all see this? He became an advisor and close associate of Vespasian's son Titus. Which means Flavius Josephus knew the nigga Tiberius Alexander, Philo's nephew, that was second in command to Titus. Josephus was right there when Jerusalem got took in 70. He was there with them. So that means he even knew Philo's nephew, who was second in command to Titus. You see that? They all ran in the same circles, man. All these cats was around each other. The Alexanders, the Herodians, and Caesar. Philo, Paul, Josephus. He became an advisor and close associate of Vespasian's son Titus, serving as his translator during Titus's protracted siege of Jerusalem in AD 70, which resulted in near total destruction, razing of the city, and the destruction of the Second Temple. Genealogy, descent, priestly and Hasmonean, not Herodian. I don't know about that. He's claiming that he comes from Miriam. Look, direct quote Josephus. This is biography. The family from which I am derived is not an ignoble one, but have descended all along from the priests. By my mother, I am of the royal blood, for the children of Hasmoneans had both the office of the high priesthood and dignity of the king. Note, interpretation, Josephus explicitly claimed descent from the priestly order, and on his mother's side from the Hasmonean royal line. He's not claiming descent from Herod the Great. Well, if on your mother's side you go back to the Hasmoneans, that means you go back to Miriam. Miriam's husband is Herod. There is no passage in Josephus' own life antiquity or war where he asserts Herodian descent. Modern prosperography and biography likewise treat him as a priestly Hasmonean on his mama's side. Dang. 2. Education, Jewish and Greek learning. What Josephus says, direct quote. See, we got our sources. Look what he say. I made mighty proficiency in the improvements of my learning and appear to have both a great memory and understanding. I worked very hard to share in the learning of Greek letters and poetry. I returned and began to conduct myself according to the rules of the sect of the Pharisees. Dang, son. Details and context. Josephus narrates classical Jewish schooling, study of the major sects, and a period with the ascetic Banus. He also says he studied Greek letters, poetry, and prepared his writings for Greek readers. Look at this. Well, we all know what it takes to study Greek. That means he was educated in Paideia as well. Modern scholars treat Josephus as bilingual and who? Hellenized. Greek. Come on, man. competent in Greek literary modes, and also thoroughly grounded in Jewish law and tradition, just like Philo, just like Paul. Roman citizenship, pension, and lodging with the Flavians. What Josephus himself reports, direct quote, coming from Josephus' life, Winston translation on Vespasian's treatment. Look at this. And when we were come to Rome, I had great care taken of me by Vespasian. This nigga's a sellout, man. He done defected and went to Rome, boy, and got pampered. He also honored me with the privilege of a Roman citizen and gave me an annual pension. They put that boy on government payroll. They're the snitch, they're the turncoat right there. Man, go slap a badge of citizenship on him, give him an annual pension, and continue to respect me to the end of his life. On lodging, Josephus says he was given housing and honor as a Flavian client. Loeb critical notes and later compendia paraphrase the detail that Josephus was given accommodation in the private house of Vespasian and placed on the new Flavian civil list. He enjoyed Flavian patronage and material support in Rome, pension, housing, status. Nigga sold out and came up, man. Went to Rome and retired like your boy Paul. Because that's how Paul's life ends or journey. His journey ends in Rome and he's on some type of soft house arrest. Paul don't get his head cut off in the Bible. That's a tradition that came in the 4th century Common Era. The last book of Acts, last chapter of Acts, Paul is in Rome on light house arrest. It sounds something similar to Josephus. It sounds similar to what Josephus had going on. This is the source of claims in some letter account that Josephus enjoyed privileged quarters in Rome. Primary testimony is Josephus' life rather than an extent imperial household role. Right here, some later popular summaries speak of a penthouse in Caesar's palace. Josephus' own language is more sober. He reports Flavian patronage, citizenship, pension, lodging, and protection. That is well attested. The colorful image of penthouse in Caesar's palace is anachronistic flourish, not directly supported by Josephus' phrasing. Josephus' authorship practice, composition, language, translation. What Josephus said, Josephus records that the Jewish War was his first work, and he originally composed in the language of our country, commonly taken as Aramaic, and then prepared a Greek version for readers under Roman rule. He also wrote Antiquities Greek for a Greco-Roman audience. Direct paraphrase of Josephus' own claim. Josephus explains in the preface of the Jewish War and elsewhere that he drafted accounts for compatriots and then produced Greek versions. We just showed you that, aimed at Roman, Grecian readers. He says he has composed histories in a manner fit for the Greeks. Dang. Modern note. Scholars debate how much of the Aramaic original survives. But the consensus is that Josephus was bilingual, operating Greek literary culture, and consciously adapted material for a Roman Greek audience. Jewish War Preface 1 and 3. Direct quote. I have proposed to myself for the sake of such as live under the government of the Romans to translate those books into the Greek tongue. Against Apion, direct quote. Right here. Yet do I profess myself to be so far Greek as to undertake the writing of the history for the Greeks. Against Apion 1.50-51. He immediately adds in 1.54, direct quote, I have translated our history from the Hebrew books. Loeb confirms this. I myself has translated the works of our nation from the Hebrew into what? The Greek tongue. Josephus is telling you he the one writing. It's him. Good Lord. Summary of Josephus' statement. Josephus explicitly claims he wrote the first edition of the Jewish War in Hebrew Aramaic. He personally translated it into Greek. He considered himself competent in Greek despite being a native Hebrew speaker. He translated Jewish historical and scriptural material directly from Hebrew books. Josephus Balaam, Numbers 24, and Vespasian Prophetic Association. Right here. A star shall come out of Jacob. A star shall come out of Jacob. A scepter shall rise out of Israel, as being fulfilled in the rise of Vespasian. And thus that this belief figured in the political messianic conversations of the day. Josephus explicitly recounts these associations in his narrative of the war and the years when Vespasian's elevation occurred. This is serious. Look at this. Did the Flavians take the Jewish Torah and give it to Josephus in Rome? What the source actually says. Josephus describes that the spoils of the temple, menorah, table, sacred vessels, and in his paraphrasing, the law of the Jews. That's the Torah. Rome took the Torah. The law of the Jews were carried in Titus's triumph in Rome. He narrates the public display of temple valuables among the triumphal spoils. Jewish war book, what is that? 7. See the passage describing the triumph. Josephus also reports that he became a Flavian client, had a pension and lodging, and had access to Roman circles and records in Rome, which aided his historical work. That's in War of the Jews and in his biography. Basic chronology side by side. Let's wrap this on up. Philo of Alexandria, birth 20 BCE, death 50 CE, place Alexandria. Saul of Tarsus, birth 5 CE, death 64 to 67 CE. Born in Tarsus, they say he died in Rome, but the Bible don't say that. The Bible does not say that Paul died in Rome. He rides off into the sunset. He gets to Rome and he has lodging in Rome. He's on like a very soft house arrest, man. Flavius Josephus, born around 30 CE, died around 100 CE, born in Jerusalem, died in Rome. Then we got Greek literacy and composing Greek literature. Philo, elite Greek philosopher. Writing sophisticated Middle Platonic Greek, direct evidence. Philo wrote exclusively in Greek and explicitly models himself on Plato. Philo on creation. Moses being instructed in all the philosophy of who? The Greeks. This nigga's telling you that Moses learned from these Greeks, man. Your boy Philo, Life of Moses 1.23. He learned geometry, music, grammar, rhetoric, and philosophy. Philo's Greek is native level, philosophical, and indistinguishable from pagan Middle Platonists. Example, Plutarch. Scholarly consensus, Philo was among the most highly educated Greek intellectuals of the 1st century CE. Let's get into Saul of Tarsus, or Paul. Paul writes Koine Greek, but with clear rhetorical training, direct evidence. Acts 21 and 37. Do you know Greek? He says, I do. Acts 22:28. But I was born a citizen. Paul's letters use diatribe, rhetorical questions, Greco-Roman epistolary form, quote Greek poets. See? Paul quotes your Greek poets who are worshippers of Zeus, Aratus, Menander, Epimendes, for we are also his offspring, speaking of Zeus. Paul's Greek is not philosophical like Philo's, but competent, rhetorical, urban Greek consistent with what? Higher education. Flavius Josephus. Josephus explicitly states he translated Jewish history into Greek himself. Direct quote. Josephus, War of the Jews. I proposed to myself to translate into the Greek tongue what I formerly composed in the language of our country. War of the Jews, preface 1 and 3 against Apiana 1 and 50. I have taken much pains to obtain and learn of the Greeks. 154, I've translated our history from Hebrew books. Josephus' Greek is formal historiography, modeled on Thucydides and Polybius, intended for Roman elites. Summary Greek literacy level. Philo, elite philosophical Greek. Paul, educated rhetorical Koine Greek. Josephus, professional historiographical Greek. All three could function credibly in Greco-Roman intellectual society. Roman citizenship and connection to Caesar. Roman citizen who moved at imperial level. Direct evidence. Philo embassy to Gaius. I was chosen to lead the embassy to Gaius Caesar. Philo led a Jewish embassy to Emperor Caligula. Spoke directly before the emperor. Brother Alexander the Alabarch was Roman financial official. Philo operated at imperial court level. See, man, dude, they connected. They're citizens, and they right up in Caesar's household, right in imperial circles. Paul, explicit Roman citizen, Acts 22 and 28. I was born a citizen. Paul appeals directly to Caesar, Acts 25 and 11. Ultimately tried in Rome, protected repeatedly by Roman officials. Josephus, explicit Roman citizen under Flavian. Josephus, life 76. Vespasian gave me Roman citizenship and an annual pension. Josephus adopted the name Flavius, lived under imperial patronage in Rome, close to Vespasian and Titus. 4. All three are connected to the Herods and the Hasmoneans. Philo, contemporary Herod Agrippa I. His brother Alexander the Alabarch was guardian of Agrippa I. Source, Philo against Flaccus, 36, mentions Agrippa's arrival in Alexandria and the riots. Paul mentions Herod Agrippa I directly, Acts 12. Paul was active in Jerusalem during Agrippa's reign. Called certain people in Rome my kinsmen. Salute Herodian, my kinsman, relative. Josephus, explicit Hasmonean descent. Josephus, life 2. By my mother, I am of royal blood, being descended from the Hasmoneans. But once again, if you descended from them, specifically Miriam, well, Miriam's children were by Herod the Great. Josephus knew Agrippa II personally, negotiated with him during the revolt, writes extensively about the Herodian dynasty. Were they in the same circles? Was Philo, Paul, and Josephus in the same circles? Yes. Elite Jewish Roman interface. All three functioning in Greek, represented Judaism to Rome, interacted with imperial administration, were active between 20 CE and 70 CE. Overlap map: Philo, Alexandria, Rome; Paul, Jerusalem, Asia Minor, Rome; Josephus, Jerusalem, Rome. They occupied the same class of people: bilingual, elite, politically sensitive Jewish intermediaries between Rome and Judea. They did not necessarily meet, but inhabited the same networks. Y'all understand that? They was in the same circles, operating the same networks. If y'all understand that, drop a 4,000 in the chat, man. Y'all know we working. All right, some more charts. Comparative summary table. Y'all know we very visual, right? Greek literacy, philosophical, rhetorical, historiographical, right? Roman citizenship, yes. Now look, first section is Philo, second section is Paul, the other one is Josephus. Philo's Greek literacy was philosophical, Paul's was rhetorical, and Josephus was historiographical, right? All three were Roman citizens. All three had access to Caesar. Philo, Caligula; Paul, Nero, and Josephus, Vespasian, and Titus. All had ties to the Herodian dynasty. Yes, yes, yes. Hasmonean descent. No, unknown, and yes. They all wrote in Greek. 3 S's. Key sources. See, we put our sources up there. Easy money. Philo, embassy to Gaius against Flaccus, life of Moses. New Testament Acts, Pauline epistles. Josephus' life, war, antiquities against Apion. Tessa Rajak, Josephus; Steve Mason, Josephus in the New Testament. Martin Goodman, Roman Jerusalem; John Barclay, Jews in the Mediterranean diaspora; Rumia, Philo of Alexandria, and the Timnus. Abraham's bosom. We almost out of it. Abraham's bosom, Luke and Josephus. The phrase Abraham's bosom, side by side, a Gospel of Luke. Text, Luke 16:22-23 in Greek. The poor man died and was carried by the angels to Abraham's bosom. The rich man also died and was buried, and in Hades he lifted up his eyes. That's in Luke. Post-mortem, place of comfort, reserved for the righteous. Talking about Abraham's bosom. Explicit contrast with Hades, which just so happened to be a Greek god as well, y'all. Hades is an actual god. Abraham functions as patriarchal host and judge. Flavius Josephus text. Josephus' discourse to the Greeks concerning Hades traditionally appended officers against Apion II or separate treaties. Now look at this. Now as the Hades were in the souls of the righteous and unrighteous or detained, the just are guided by angels to a region of light into the bosom of Abraham, where they enjoy the sight of the fathers. Translation based on Winston Greek tradition behind it, it uses Abraham's bosom function. Post-mortem intermediate state, angels escort the righteous, Abraham as patriarchal figure, clear separation from the wicked. No resurrection yet while waiting. Now look at this, conceptual comparison. Luke, Josephus, both Abraham's bosom, afterlife type, intermediate state, escort by angels, yes. Contractual punishment, yes. Abraham's host, authority, resurrection present, no. Now, dating, text, and manuscripts of the Gospel of Luke composition. Written 80 to 90 of the Common Era. Earliest manuscripts, though, they're so in other words, the historians are trying to say this is when it was written, which is problematic because this is 60 years after the death of Yahshua, which means it's not written by an eyewitness and it was anonymous at first. The actual earliest evidence you got of a book of Luke is 175 to 225 of the Common Era. Papyrus 75 contains Luke 16, Papyrus 4, late 2nd century. Late 2nd century, which means what, late 100s? Look at this. Codex Venaticus, 4th century. So Luke 16 is contained in Papyrus 75, which was written in 175 to 225 of the Common Era. All right. It contains Luke 16 about Abraham's bosom. When it was Josephus writing about this? Josephus' composition, Jewish Wars, 75 through 79. Antiquity of the Jews, 93 through 94. Discourse on Hades, likely late century CE, late 1st century, probably pre-100 CE. Earliest Greek manuscripts, 10th through 11th century. Early Latin and Syriac traditions. But trip off this, Josephus is quoted by early so-called Christian authors back in the 2nd century. It's not the same with Luke. They're saying Luke was written in the 80s and 90s, but the first attestation of a Luke is, mid to late 2nd century. Even though the earliest things of Josephus survive is from like the medieval time, he's still quoted back in the 2nd century. You see, that's the difference. Now watch this. Is this phrase unique? Is Abraham's bosom a phrase that's unique? Hebrew Bible, absent. Septuagint, absent. Dead Sea Scrolls, absent. Rabbinic literature later speaks of Garden of Eden or the world to come, not Abraham's bosom. Greco-Roman literature, no parallel phrase. Abraham's bosom is not attested elsewhere outside of Luke and Josephus in the world. So that means whoever wrote Luke used who? Josephus. It ain't written nowhere else about Abraham's bosom. It ain't written nowhere else about the separation of the righteous and the wicked. You know what I mean? The wicked in Hades and the righteous in Abraham's bosom. Guided by the angels and all that. Not by the name of Abraham's bosom. The only place in the world where Abraham's bosom is mentioned by name in the 1st century is in the works of Flavius Josephus and in the book of Luke. And Luke really wasn't written down to like the 2nd century, based off the earliest evidence they got. See that? Abraham's bosom is not attested elsewhere outside of Luke and Josephus. So who borrowed from who? Who borrowed from who? Did Josephus use Luke to write about Abraham's bosom, or did the author of Luke use Josephus? How is the influence flowing? Did Josephus look for the Gospel of Luke? It didn't exist during this time. To be honest with you, especially if it wasn't written to like 175 or something like that, it wouldn't have been existing during this time. And don't forget that the Gospel of Luke, like all the other Gospels, were anonymous documents at first. They didn't have no authors on them for like the first 100 years. So how could Josephus use a gospel of Luke to write about Abraham's bosom if there was no author named Luke on this anonymous document? And if we go with the earliest evidence, that's late 2nd century. So did Josephus use Luke to talk about Abraham's bosom, or did the writer, the anonymous writer of Luke, use Josephus? Who borrowed from who? Josephus already told you he the one translating the Greek. Maybe he wrote it. Hell, he the one translating everything. Luke borrowed from Josephus. Arguments for it. It's gonna say possible but unprovable. But come on, man. Arguments for it. Luke written after the Jewish war. Luke Acts shows knowledge of Judean politics. Josephus was widely read among elites. In closing, these are your men. In some way, shape, form, or fashion, directly or indirectly, that are responsible for your New Testament in present form. There are more than these, but you know, man, just to get down to it, dealing with the Greeks, starting with the god Zeus, Heraclitus, Epimenides, Cleanthes, Euripides, Aeschylus, Callimachus, Aratus, Seneca, Plutarch, Epictetus, Philo, Saul or Paul, and Josephus. And y'all, last I checked, none of these are so-called Negroes. None of these are so-called black men. None of these are Bantu Negroes from the Congo. They from the Greek Isles, just like your boy Paul. Just like your boy Paul. These are all your men. Paul quoting these men. Philo quoting these men. Huh? Josephus had to study these men too if he composing literature in Greek. He did. So that's it right there, family. That's the whole presentation. We got a part 2 coming too. We're gonna get to some coins and all that. We're gonna get to some typology, show you the parallel between Titus' military campaign and Jesus's ministry. How they start in the same spot and end in the same spot, and every spot in between the sequential order. We got to show that. We're gonna show some coins and how certain things in the Gospels were already on Roman coins. We're gonna show imagery. We're gonna show early Christian symbols and show how all this shit was adopted and taken from the Romans and what they was already on, spiritually speaking. You know what I mean? And what they did, they just rewrapped it, man. You know what I mean? All they did was just rewrap it. They did. But if y'all got some understanding, today, man, y'all drop a 12,000 in the chat. Praises to the ever-present creator that always was, is, and ever shall be. Look at this right here, man. Look at this right here. I'm saying there ain't one Bantu Negro from the Congo. What's going on here? No, it's not one. It's not one. We still arguing over white folk. You know what I mean? But look at all these men. And then all these men were devout worshipers of Zeus, especially when they brought you the Logos. They brought you the Logos and all that. We are his offspring. And Paul's quoting it. We are also his offspring. One of the prophets of the Rome said, the Cretians are always liars, evil beasts, slow bellies. Rebuke them sharply. Dang, well, the Cretians were, old boy Epimenides said that the Cretians were liars because they said Zeus was a one-time man. And Paul, you quoting that because the poet is saying that they're liars, and the poet fell asleep for 57. Epimenides fell asleep for 57 years in a cave dedicated to who? Zeus. Huh? And the Cretians, his people, were running around saying Zeus was a man. You got a tone for him. He a man. And guess what Epimenides didn't fear? He called them liars, evil beasts, and slow bellies because he like, nah, Zeus is eternal. But no, man, he immortal. So why would Paul quote some cat that did that as a devout worshiper of Zeus? Why would Paul tell you that his Christ came to him quoting some Greek poets and playwrights from 500 years earlier, and they're all devout worshipers of Zeus? Come on, man. You got to make all this make sense, man. It's time to stop playing the game. You dig? And just be real with yourself, man. Shout out to my homie, my big homie OG Nehemiah's in the building. What's the word, Key? How you be, How you be, my brother? And you already know what time it is with your little bro, man. Hey, look, I'm just trying to tell people it's a storm coming. You dig? And CGG ain't playing. What you say, boy? You need a shot. You pull up on your little bro. Yeah, man. You gotta take all this in. You see? None of these are Bantu Negroes from the Congo, y'all. None of them. Don't even fall for that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And one thing we not doing is about to come up under the auspices and the clutches of any false god. Ever. Ever. You know what I mean? Yeah, they said Zeus was mortal, Sila. The Cretians that the poet Epimenides was saying were liars. He was saying they were liars because they didn't believe that Zeus was immortal. They said Zeus was a prince. Zeus was a man. And that offended one of Zeus's prophets, Epimenides, because he fell asleep in a damn cave for 57 years that was sacred to Zeus. And then when he finally died, they elevated him to a god. And Paul's quoting this nigga. We are his offspring. They was talking about Zeus. They were talking about Zeus. So how you gonna take what men got for Zeus and guess what? Talk to us about your cosmic Christ, who you never met. Unless you're saying your Christ is Philo's Logos, and Heraclitus is Zeus. Cleanthes Zeus. Unless you're saying, Paul, unless you're saying your Christ is identical with Philo's Logos and identical with Cleanthes Zeus. Because you're directly quoting these men. Directly. You know what I mean? When you say see live Zeus was freak, man, that'd be crazy. You know what I mean? But number love, light, and all that good stuff in between, man. Here I can drop a little link if somebody want to hop on for a little second. It's all good, man. Shit, I'm up now. I done caught my second win. I'm bow-legged in the shoulders. I'm ready to get it. Feel me? Drop this link in the chat real quick for any family that want to hop on. You know, that's what we do, man. We cook. Shout out to my brother Sila Shalom. He got a debate coming up this Saturday. You dig? And I'm pretty sure, I'm beyond sure that he gonna park this boy in handicap. Easy money. I already seen what the eye coming with. It's devastating. It's devastating. Shout out to Sister Rain. This was a glorious connecting. So many dots again. Man. It's all, you know, we outside. But as y'all see, none of these are Bantu Negroes from the Congo. You know, if anything, they was over there, Romeo. No, we're not doing the Romeo, Juliet, and the Othello. We ain't doing none of that. You feel me? Everybody got somebody. We got somebody in the studio. Hold on. A piece to the God. Got my brother Sila Shalom in the building. Hold on. Let me go ahead and click on. I'll let my bro real quick, man. My brother add the stage. Peace to the righteous God. What's the word, my brother?
Hey, man. What's going on here, B? What you doing to the New Testament over here, man?
Hey, man. You know what we doing, man. Shit, putting these boys in time out, man. You know how we do, huh?
Yo, that's 14 Greeks. You just exposed right there. That got their hands basically in all this right here, man. That Greek literature powerful, man. You got goddamn Paul quoting Greek Romans all throughout the joint.
Hey, and all these niggas worship Zeus.
Yo, let me tell you something, yo. If that nigga Zeus is real, son, if they actually having an argument about that. So it got to be something going on there. That's like the equivalent of arguing Jesus Christ. So you got some people saying he real, some people say he not, and you got evidence saying that this nigga man walked the earth.
Yeah, I know. We got our brother Prince Cosmod in the building. Young Prince, talk to us, brother. What's the word?
Peace to the credit gang in the building, man. Peace to my beloved big brothers, man. How y'all doing today, man?
Hey, man, you already
Hey, what
know,
up,
man.
Prince?
Kicking ass and taking names, man. Creative gang, no.
Yeah, man. Creator is undefeated, man. You know what I'm saying? Beautiful presentation, Doc, man. This is groundbreaking information, man. You uncovering some stuff that, you know what I'm saying, most people ain't never considered to realize about the reality of what this book is, how it was compiled and all. So, yeah, man.
So hold up, my nigga. You
Hey,
telling
you
me
know what?
Philo is who, nephew?
You say what, C-Love?
You said Philo is who nephew was Philo?
Man, Philo's nephew was this nigga named Tiberius Alexander. This nigga, this cat was Titus's second in command when they sacked Jerusalem.
And that's
He was
Philo
right next
nephew?
to Titus when they were sacking Jerusalem. And
Yo, that's crazy.
so was Josephus.
That's crazy, yo.
Hey, the nigga
But
other
yo,
nephew,
but Paul,
that nigga other nephew was banging mattress back Bernice, Herod's granddaughter. Bro, this shit is crazy. Like how all of them connect is crazy. It's like, oh nah, man, they're not about to play me like this. Nah.
so basically the Herodians and the Flavians is really controlling that first century.
Yep, and the Alexanders. You gotta bring
And
them
the
in.
Alexanders.
Philo's brother was the richest nigga in the known world at the time.
God damn, that's
His
crazy.
brother, look, the nigga brother gave a loan to Agrippa's wife, and the nigga covered all 9 gates of the Jerusalem temple in gold. Look, the nigga was so rich, he was best friends with Caesar.
Come on, man, what's going on here? And these are the straight ops of the Nazarenes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, bro. It get real deep. I mean, bro, I was putting this together and I had to step away for a minute and just really like take everything in. Like, what is this I'm reading? Like,
You know what I'm
there's
realizing
no
too,
way in
kid?
the world, and then they done backdated everything so much to where when you read something and you run across all these similar names, but in your mind you be like, well, no, that can't be that Saul. That can't be that Epaphroditus. That's not that Simon. That's not that John. That's not that Miriam. That's not that Agrippa. That's not that Ananias. Like, how long are we gonna play this? You feel me? Everybody you reading about in your New Testament and it's supposed to be going down in the 30s. Them niggas still alive. Josephus is writing about them niggas right before the fall of Jerusalem. Man, look, stop.
Yo, what it looked like is that it seemed like that first 100 years of history is missing. Because everything is popping up around the second, third century as far as these anonymous scripts. But like from 0 AD to 100 AD and beyond, it's like ain't nothing there.
Yeah.
It's like everything is being told about the first century from the second and third century. Even when you pull up the goddamn
from the second and third century, they're reconstructing and back.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? When you show them
They
fragments,
reconstructed the first century.
A copy of John and Luke and all that, and it's something you can pick up with your fingerprint.
If you pull up an actual
chapters of John out of that.
If you pull up the Pyrus 137 like on the actual Google, you're gonna see how small it really is, like you said, because it's in that casing. When you look at somebody standing next to that casing and you see how small, like you said, you can fit that shit on your fingertip. How you get a whole goddamn book from that?
That's what I'm saying, bro. Papyrus. Hold on, Papyrus. You want your 137? Man, that's
pull up that Papyrus 137 on Google to see and see if you could go to Google Images and it's a picture with a dude standing next to it. I didn't even know it was that small when I was looking it up at the time. I see that after I did my presentation. I was like, damn, if I'd have known that, bro, I would have showed that and showed like, look at this. You got a fingertip
bro.
of the book of goddamn Matthew or what's that? The
Y'all
book of
think
John,
about,
right?
y'all think about Josephus telling you that his own hand is the one translating the shit into Greek. You know what I mean? Josephus straight told you, I'm the one translating it. Like, damn.
Yo, that's crazy, yo. Between Josephus and Philo,
man.
Yeah, and Paul.
Man.
If Paul ain't Josephus,
right? If they not the same cat, they got similar stories, bro. They got the same.
They gotta be the same person, yo.
Yeah, man.
That'll narrow it down to just Philo and Josephus.
Man, that shit is fucking crazy to me, though, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I had to straight step away and just really reflect. I'm like, bro, this stuff crazy. So we talking about a 2,000-year-old conspiracy. More than that. You know what I mean? A Greek fragment is the first known New Testament. Dang, this deal is small as a month.
This shit is wild, bro.
Let me pull this on up.
These
Yeah,
niggas
it's a lot going on, though, man. There's a lot going on, bro. You dig? But see, in our quest to take down these false deities and gods, it's just what it is, man. It's just what it is. You understand? Like, we can't be tripping off none of that. Shout out to Prince. Shout out to Cosmon Cal. Shout out to Daryl Cosmon, man. Morpheus last night actually said that Daryl Cosmon, he heard Daryl Cosmon's presentation last year. You dig? And it made him go look at the character of biblical deity and was like, hey, niggas right.
See, somebody paying attention. Somebody paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
And if anybody will be Morpheus, will be the one, because he kind of thinks strategic. You know what I mean? He think outside the box. So I'm like, nigga, you can't overlook that.
And shout out to the blood.
And I heard, and Prince was on there getting it in, boy. I seen him on there.
Yeah.
Man, I was trying to give a little bit of light, you know what I'm saying? Share my little insight. But yeah, man.
You're doing an excellent job, Prince, man.
Yes, into the game, man. All praise to the creator.
Excellent job, bro. Shit. All right, so this right here is Papyrus 137. Look how small that is. Look at that. A Greek fragment is the first known New Testament papyrus. Look at this right here. St. John Papyrus 52 fragments. All this stuff fragments. Ain't no authors on none of this. You're not about to get 1 chapters of John out of this.
How you get a whole book out of that? What's y'all said you can't even get a sentence out of that.
How you get a book out of that? Where they get the rest of the text from?
You say what, bro?
I said, where they get the rest of the story from? I got to look into that to see.
That's what I'm saying.
Where they compile the rest of this. Do they find other fragments of this shit or what? What's going on with that, John?
You're right, man. It seems like, man, they just reconstructing that shit the best they can. They probably try to find all them fragments and piece them together like a puzzle, and whatever they can't find, they're actually reconstructing.
You know what, Mally? This is actually validating what Owaspi said about Constantine, when they had to select these stories. All these stories, they amalgamated into one. But if you notice, it would have showed that it would have been strongly Greek influence, because we see that with the evidence we got today. Oh, this is Greek influence. It's not Aramaic, it's not Syriac, it's not Hebrew. This shit is Greek. So when Constantine was having them goddamn meetings, even if he was selecting them books, whoever was translating was putting them shits in Greek.
Tell us about the C-Lot. Tell us about this debate you got coming up, man. Talk to it.
Oh man, you know this about to be whoosh. Man, what I done found out about that Ethiopian church, man, he should have left that alone. He should have never took with that. These niggas is damn near worse than the Christians. They just as bad.
I'm saying, man. I'm saying.
You know, all
Where
they did was just put up. Yeah, this nigga trying to say that this shit ain't coming from Rome. He got to be the dumbest nigga on the planet to think that.
Yeah.
We just read all the Gospels is in Greek. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church is a Christian church. The Christianity is based off the teachings of Christ, which is the New Testament specifically. And then the concept of the doctrine they follow is not even the Nazarene Yahshua. It's not even the followers of James and the Church of Jerusalem. These niggas is following Alexandria. They should be following the Church of Jerusalem if they're gonna be tied to the truth, as far as following the laws of the Mashiach or Yahshua.
Yeah, real spill. Yeah, because
The theological doctrine.
All churches is under the authority of James, to be honest with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that doctrine that they teach among the Ethiopian church, the Catholic Church, that Christ and Jesus, that Christ and God is one and the same. That's only teach in that gospel. That teaching is only found in John. When the Miaphysites and the Council of Ephesus and the Council of Ephesus specifically, that was their go-to book. They couldn't use Matthew, Mark, or Luke to justify the fact that Jesus is one and the same with the Father. They could only use John. That's where the theological. That's where that's where the two fashions. The two fascists came up with the Deophysites and the Miaphysites. Those concepts and those belief systems is based off the divinity of Jesus Christ. That's only found in John.
That's crazy, bro.
And John is the lady. Yeah, when I bring that out, boy, hey son, I'm telling you, the shit I'm bringing out in this debate is gonna make me. If you like how the niggas holding up the cross and all that shit, them niggas gonna drop that cross by the end of that third round.
Ooh. I sent this presentation to Sarnetta too. You know what I mean?
Good.
I sent it right when I went live. Like, hey, look. So you know, man, if he in the next couple of days, if he want me to get on here and whoop some feet, man, I'm all game. I ain't. Man,
that's what I'm talking about.
Turn it down just a little bit and just open the floodgates. What's up? You know what I mean? Because
exactly.
You gonna disprove he quoting all these niggas? You can't.
Exactly.
You can't.
Yeah. First, y'all gotta deal with the fact that this shit is in Greek, and then you gotta think of Greek thinking. Yeah. You can't think of we thinking Greek and then we're gonna go back to goddamn thinking American. No, you gotta put yourself in a Greek thinking mind frame of how these niggas was thinking, who's the prominent deity that they referencing, like you say, Zeus. Woo. Zeus is referencing the logos. Yeah, man. Woo. These ain't none of this Yahweh. Man. Philo ain't thinking Hebraic, he thinking Greek.
Yep. He even told you your Messiah popped up on him quoting these Greek niggas 500 years early. You know
let me tell you something. Oh, son, let me tell you something. I got some shit. Matter of fact, let me tell you something. There's a similar experience with a Paul having a vision from a nigga in the Ethiopian church. It's ugly. It gets nasty. Yeah. A Roman nigga at that. Yeah, bro. It's gonna get nasty. It's gonna get nasty, man.
Shout out to the brother Daryl Brown, 3812. He said, great teaching, CGG. We want the truth. That's right. That's what
I'm talking about.
True, man. Right on, brothers, man. You know, hey, see, like Prince, we always chop it up behind the scenes anyway. You know what I mean? Along with Cal and Daryl and the other brothers and sisters, CGG, man. Bro, I truly rock with you, brothers. Crawling and walking, man. And I
really big bro.
Big facts, yo.
For the world. Let's get it. You feel me?
Light years ahead of the game, man. Light years.
All right.
Light years, like Nas' new album, Light Years, son.
Yeah, word.
Brothers keep bombing, man. You know what I mean? And look, we a whole army of light workers.
Big facts, yo.
Look, we ain't got no reason to be tiptoeing through no tulips, scared about nothing. You know what I mean? Nervous about nothing, bro. That everybody up under the auspices or the unction of a false ass God, and we not.
Right.
So about this, you always the authority in the room. If they rock with Creator, they gonna be on your side anyway.
Right.
If they on the other side, then you the authority. It don't matter who it is talking. You know what I mean? So I salute you, brothers, man, for all the labor and You know what I mean? The ups and downs. And look, it don't be easy at times. Sometimes this thing get long, you dig? But man, we gotta keep light bombing, you dig? And you're gonna look up and everybody gonna be like, yeah, you know what I mean? All praise to the creator. Yeah, I be hearing y'all now, but eventually y'all gonna be over this way. You dig?
Yo, matter of fact, last night when Prince was on there with Morpheus, Prince was screaming creator so much. It was somebody, I forget who it was. I forget who said it, but they started saying creator like within that moment. You know what I mean? And I was just like, yo, look at that. That shit rubbed off that quick. I forget who said it. I think it was Gideon if I'm not. I forget which one of them niggas was it though.
Probably Gideon. I heard a panel of some Hebrews the other day. It was a whole bunch of like 5-6 bros on there. You dig? And the main nigga was talking, dropped the creator bomb, boy, about 1,100 times. I said, oh, okay.
Even my cousin Maury Yoshiyahu's son, he been saying nothing but creator and most high on his Facebook posts and stuff lately. So yeah, they hear it, they see it, it just makes too much sense. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Yeah, all we gotta do is keep going, man. But look, that's what's up, man. I'm about to get up out of here, man. Number love and light bombs to everybody. You know what I mean?
Bro, yeah, man. Excellent show, bro.
Excellent show.
These gods and deities, man. You dig? Give us some last words, though, brothers. My brother Sila Shalom. Give us some last words. Akid.
Yeah, man. Excellent build, bro. You know what I mean? I like the fact that how you threw that little subliminal out there with Zeus. You're like, yeah, you know who Zeus is. You know what I mean? For those who don't know, that was Baal he was referencing. You know what I mean? So I'm like, damn, these niggas is really referencing Baal. You know, you got Philo talking about the logos and Heracles.
We know who Zeus is.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing.
Yeah, so it's like,
right.
Nigga Baal,
right.
You know what I mean? So that's like the university. That's like the next level university education when y'all want to find out who's behind these deities. You know what I mean? That's college level teachings right there. You know what I mean? So Mally just letting y'all, you know what I mean, get some of the crumbs right there. He better hit you with the part 2, and that's gonna be crazy when he show you the parallels to them stories.
Bro, it get worse. Like all your New Testament things about Jesus, peace on earth, goodwill to men. You know what I mean? All the phrases you've come to learn about the birth of it, bro. All that shit is on Roman coins.
That's crazy, yo.
As a victory over conquered Judea.
Wow. I mean, they made that the Bible verse.
That's Titus. Straight Titus, bro. I'm like, oh my God, man. We gonna show that they adopted from Mithraism and all that, and nigga, one of the first saints venerated in the so-called Christian church is a Flavian. Her name is Flavian Domitilla.
Wow,
that's crazy.
Can't make that up, bro.
Yeah, I got 2 Flavians in my joint. You know what I mean? In my presentation and shit for the debate board. I already presented one Flavian in the presentation. The nigga who they killed at the Council of Ephesus, Flavian of Constantinople. He was the bishop, and they killed him at the Council of Ephesus. So it's like, yo, Flavians all over the place.
Man. You dig? And the crazy part, you got to get down with the game to really realize the inspiration behind it all.
True that.
Shit, Louis, Ball, all these niggas. Like you really got to, you know what I mean, really get down into it, and you'll see what we own. We're here to free you from the clutches of the deities, man.
That's right.
No slave when you cross over, worming on your damn belly.
Man,
caterpillar on your belly and shit.
Yeah, you know, man, slave. No man, no God, no angel, no Lord, no slave to none.
That's right.
What Capelia say, yo? He who serves the creator fears nothing on heaven or earth, yo.
There it is. Nothing.
But yo, salute though, Melly.
Nehemiah in the building. What's the word, big homie?
Oh, Nehemiah?
Man, I'm having the hardest time trying to get in this deal, bro.
You worried now, brother?
What it do, family? Peace to the gods in the building, the goddesses.
Yeah, bless up, big brother. Salute.
Hey, Hey, had to give me a shot, cuz.
Don't spill your yak, man.
I brought the big boy.
That boy got a liter of Tito's in that
Yeah.
Boy, hey, so they chill on that box.
I see that in the freezer, boy. Hey, what's so neat? Talk to us. What you think, man? Talk to us.
Look, you know what's so sad, bro, is that, remember I told y'all, man, you know, I said, look, bro, brothers are book worshiping, bro. They book where they scared. They scared to let that book go and open their mind. We've never been taught critical thinking. We teach, repeat. Say as I say, but don't think for yourself. You see what I'm saying? So because we don't think for ourselves, we scared to think. Because there's no way you can tell me that I'm going to drop everything and stop messing with the people that walked with the Messiah. His brother and them walked with him his whole life. From the time they was going after him. Right? Forget what they know, because they know him the best. Then he picked up his 12, well, the others that he picked up, right? Then they picked the other 12th Messiah, the other 12th disciple, right? Mattathias, right? These are the 12 that's going to judge Israel with the biblical narrative, right? And so we drop following and listening to them to pick up the man who has a theological vision. It's like me walking down the hood and saying, damn, boy, look at the street light. That's the Lord. Hold on. That's the Lord right there. See that light, boy? That's the Lord.
That's funny.
Bro, I met the Lord, bro. King's Highway, cuz. On the way to the south.
Oh, man. That's funny. That's a good one.
Forget about y'all CCG niggas. I know the Lord better than y'all cats.
That's crazy.
What about the
Man, they
baptism?
deceive. Gross darkness.
Paul don't talk about nothing about the miracles, the resurrection, the feeding the multitude, the healing the sick, raising the dead, all the mighty wonders. You don't talk about none of that. He threw all the Messiah out the window. He gave you what he think, I feel, I believe, and brother, the church has ridden that horse all the way for 2,000 years. Say like you said it best, man. It's like that first 0 to 100 years is thrown away, bro.
Let's talk about an action. So let me ask you, so what you think happened to the Nazarenes? Like, because like it's like from who? I say, all right, let's say who was the Dead Sea Scrolls? What was the that's the Qumran, what they call it? The Qumran?
The cave, the cave.
All right, let's start there. We know that's a real community. We got evidence of that time period, first primary sources of that time as far as what we have. It's not like, the Dead Sea Scrolls that we backdated. The Dead Sea Scrolls is for that time period. All right, now from that time period till we get to P137, P52, all those are 2nd century, 3rd century sources. So from the time of the Dead Sea Scroll to those sources, everything there is backdated.
Yeah, it is.
So check this out, bro. So we know that when you conquer something, the spoils go to that, right? So when they conquer Jerusalem, they take all the jewels, just like in the time of Daniel. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna go in there and sack the temple, right? We got to understand and say, like you made a perfect point while I was trying to come online, is that these people are putting these things together in fragments, trying to write a whole damn book about it, right? Because they destroyed most of it. They burned it just like they did in the time of Moses. We read in the Apocrypha. The Torah was destroyed and burned in Babylon. We know that. So we know we ain't got Moses' Torah. At best, we got Ezra. And we know we ain't got all that. Because even with the compiling of the New Testament and the Old Testament, we ain't got Ezra Torah because it's more books. And the New Testament wasn't even nowhere near compiled when Ezra got done.
Right.
And they can't be mad at how, you know, the old Osprey was formed because Ezra did the same damn thing.
Right.
So what I'm saying is that, like you say, we have historical evidence, at least without backdating, with the Dead Sea. Everybody talks about the Ebionites and the Nazarenes. You can't wipe them out of history because they are there. You see what I'm talking about?
Right.
And they was a set apart community. That's why they wasn't in that shakedown, breakdown, and rewrite.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And we know how they living was, right? Community living, all belongs to all. You know what I'm saying? No meat. You know what I'm talking about? Just like the Maccabees did. These were priests. When the temple is destroyed and the altar is defiled, they had meat. They took their animals with them. But because they couldn't perform the rites and rituals of the altar, and they the priests, they know they can't eat no meat. So their whole war, so they're your witness. Remember, in the mouth of 2 to 3 witnesses, let every word be established, right? So there ain't no excuse. You don't have the altar, you ain't got no temple, you ain't got no priest. You can't eat no meat. Even the priests understood that, aka the Maccabees. So now you got the word in Leviticus, you got the witness in the Apocrypha. They know any word you can have the understanding or lack thereof by the time you get to the New Testament. And anytime
Here's
after
another
that.
thing. Here's another thing I find quite interesting, Mally. I was doing the research on the Dead Sea Scrolls, and I was doing the research on the teacher of righteousness. Now, my assumption is this teacher of righteousness is Yeshua, because they were saying that this teacher of righteousness lived 100 years before the set time of the modern day Jesus. Now, Mally, we know that when we put the time period of the real Yeshua is during the Hasmonean time period. They said the Dead Sea Scroll, the teacher of righteousness, lived 100 years prior to the first century. That'll fit right into the Hasmonean kingdom. So I'm thinking like, yo, that gotta be Yeshua, the teacher of righteousness, and everything I done read about it, it lines right up with this nigga. The only thing they won't credit the teacher of righteousness to Yeshua is because it don't fit the time period of the first century. But we can't go by that because that's reconstructed by the church fathers.
Yeah, it's reconstructed, and you know, you got the birth of Jesus in there twice. You know what I mean? You got the days of Herod. You got one during the days of Herod the Great, but Herod the Great died in 4 BC.
Talk about it, Malaki.
That means Jesus would have been born before then. If he was slaughtering all the people that was born during this time, Herod can't slaughter nobody if he dead already. Then you got in Luke chapter 2, Jesus being born during the time when Cyrenius was governor over Syria, when it was a worldwide so-called census being done by Augustus Caesar, right? But that happened in 7 AD. That happened in 7 AD. So it's like Jesus can't be born during the days of Herod the Great and during the time when Cyrenius was governor over Syria. So if the narrative don't agree when Jesus or Yeshua was born.
So hold on. What books are those? One is that one in Matthew? Is that one in Luke?
Yeah, Matthew chapter 2 and Luke chapter 2. Matthew chapter 2. He's born,
Bible, bro.
He's born in Bethlehem.
Which one came first? Well,
and then all you gotta do is look up Herod the Great. Matter of fact, let me show you.
Hey, say live.
So hold up, don't. What's up, Ken?
Hey, say live. Check it out. Go to Luke and Matthew 2. They both in chapter 2, right? This is all Bible, bro. Look, this is what I'm so happy Mally here right now, bro. I've been talking to Mally a long time, bro. You just gotta hit him with Bible, bro. That's all I ever did. You just gotta hit him with Bible. You heard what he just said? He gave me 2 birthdays in 2 different time periods with Jesus alone.
With chapter and verse.
Bro, and the same thing with the creation story. In Bible. Bro, you can't, bro. You got Satan as Lord, right? Satan is either Yahweh is Satan, 2 Samuel, and 1 Chronicles.
Damn.
Right? You just gotta stay in the Bible, bro. And listen, I tell you all the time, bro. Listen, Jesus ain't none of y'all heard his voice or seen his face, but then in the Old Testament said y'all did do that. But in the Old Testament, why the priests and the prophets got issues with each other? One is an officiant, one is a what? Mouthpiece of God. But why they killing each other? Well, one killing the other one.
Nate, let me show this real quick.
Break it down.
Before I do, Daryl Cosmon, what's the word, my brother? Talk to me.
Hey, love it like my brothers. But I just came up here to join y'all in the conversation, man, see what's going on.
Salute to Big Brother Worldwide.
Peace to
Hey,
God.
wonderful presentation, man. Time Philo to Paul, bro. That was immaculate.
Right on,
Yeah,
bro.
facts.
You know, we do what we
Oh,
do,
that
bro.
boy have birth to a new situation. It's immaculate, man. Matter, you gave birth to a new immaculate conception of conscience.
Hey, when Bentley exposed that, man, I say, damn, boy, if he had that information in that debate with Cesare, man, that shit would have been a slaughter. Slaughter.
Hey, bro, he look, that boy be flooding my ears with shit, nigga. We both have to walk off.
You hear me? Hey, so look, let me show y'all something real quick, man. Let me show y'all this. Now, this right here in Matthew chapter 2 is about the birth of Jesus of Yahshua, right? Now, notice what it say. It say in verse 1, now when Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea in the days of who? Herod, the king. Behold, there came wise men from the east to Jerusalem. Now, look, when you jump down, I'm going to go all the way down just for time's sake. And you're going to see that right here, verse 11 and 12. Let me see. Right here. 13. Right here. Verse 13. And when they were departed, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, arise and take the young child and his mother and flee into Egypt. And be thou there until I bring thee word, for Herod will seek the young child to destroy him. When he arose, he took the young child and his mother by night and departed into Egypt, and was there unto the death of Herod. So in Matthew chapter 2, a young Jesus is born during the days of Herod, and he's in Egypt until Herod dies. We all agree?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Agree.
Yeah, that's objective. That's what it say.
That's what it say. Now watch this. Let's click on Herod.
That's right.
Click on Herod.
Ooh-wee.
You got two different births of Jesus.
Let me ask you a question, man, while your screen pulling up. Did you create any of these websites?
Nah, brother.
Are you the author of any of these websites?
Nah, I can't claim the intellectual
Are you a
property.
Greek? Are you a Greek Herodian brother?
You are agree with who Herodian brother?
Are you a Flavius?
Nah, ain't that
I'm just saying, man, for argument's sake, man, because somebody gonna come around here and talk some mess, brother.
Somebody gonna talk crazy, huh, man?
They can talk as crazy as they
you a
want to talk,
dark-skinned
man.
nigga that used to kick it around the Congo in your ancestry?
Hey, they can talk as they can talk as crazy as they want to talk, man. If you ain't got no sources to back up what you're talking about, man, it's all false. Okay.
Right.
Hey, boy, hey, look. Hey, Daryl. Right. Me and Mally talked about you the other day, bro.
Man, what I done did now?
Nah, bro. You did marvelous. You did marvelous. Bro, we talked about that presentation you put down about Yahweh. Niggas still ain't came up and had against that, bro.
Man.
I think you need to spend the block on that again.
When you
bro.
put
when you put that presentation
you know what,
down,
we need to do a part 2 to that, D. Especially the end of the year when it's the fall winter season and shit.
Bro.
Hey, I got that.
And the fact the way you closed it out with the summary, the way you closed it out with the goddamn when you held the convictions at the end, where you ran it down like that, I was like, yo, that was a good strategy.
Yeah. You got to line it up like that.
Hey, bro, nobody ever stepped to that stuff with no answers, no comeback. Boy, bro, it was quiet on the set.
Mm-hmm.
For the first time, the hood had peace. Nigga, I didn't hear a police car or the ambulance, my nigga. Nigga, the killer went home. Nigga, the killers went home.
Check this out, y'all. Herod, right after Bible
All right.
Dictionary. All right, right after Bible Dictionary, we say the name of a royal family that flourished among the Jews in the times of Christ and the apostles. Herod the Great was the son of who? Antipater. Antipater of Idumea, appointed king of Judea BC 40 by the Roman Senate. At the suggestion of Antony and with the consent of Octavian, he at length became the great opposition which the country made to him and took possession of the kingdom BC 37. And at the battle of Actium, he was confirmed by Octavian, whose favor he ever enjoyed. He was brave and skilled in war. Herod was no joke. Learned and sagacious, but also extremely suspicious and cruel. Hence, he destroyed the entire royal family of Hasmoneans. So that's why it's funny that Josephus Hasmonean descent. Herod killed all them niggas, including the woman he married. He killed her.
Hold up, Josephus claiming to be Hasmoneans?
Josephus claims to be Hasmonean on his mama's side. But how the hell
I didn't know that, yo.
When all her children came from Herod the Great, and then he killed them, killed her and them.
That dude was a furious, jealous mofo.
Look at this. It say right here. Look. It say right here. It say hence, he destroyed the entire royal family of Hasmoneans, put to death many of the Jews that opposed his government, and proceeded to kill even his dearly beloved wife Miriam of the Hasmonean line, and his 2 sons she had borne him. So Josephus, which son you descend from? Because Herod killed all you niggas. He killed Miriam, the last surviving princess of the Hasmonean dynasty, and her children that she had by him. That nigga was nuts.
So hold up. You just basically read that the bloodline got wiped out, but Josephus claiming to be the descendant of Miriam?
Yes, the Hasmoneans. How? When this nigga wiped everybody out? Jeez.
So if that's the case, that nigga got to be a Roman. Yo, go ahead, OG.
So what I'm saying is, listen, he moves like the animal kingdom, bro. Listen, I be thinking like in totality of all things, right? Whenever there's a lion that comes in to a pride, right, he got to kill the lion. And then he killed the lion's cubs, right?
Right, he acting just like that, for
but
sure.
He keeps the female. What I'm saying is, but one might got away. I don't know. I'm just, I be looking at, I be looking at that.
I'm saying it's highly suspicious.
Yeah, that's the right. That's the variables.
Bloodshed, especially by his love and imitation of Roman customs and institutions, and by the burdensome taxes imposed upon his subjects, he so alienated the Jews that he was unable to regain their favor. By his splendid restoration of the temple and other acts of munificence, he died in the 70th year of his age.
Wait, hold on.
37th year. The 37th year of his reign. Remember, he became king in 40 BC. Died in the 37th year of his reign. What is that? Look at this. The 4th before the Dionysian era. In his closing years, John the Baptist and Christ were born. Matthew narrates that he commanded all the male children under 2 years old in Bethlehem to be slain. Now watch this right here. When did Herod the Great die? Just in case anybody think we playing. What'd that say?
4 BC.
I say 4 BC. We got to do the math on it now.
Now he did not make that up.
4 BC. 4 BC.
Now, go ahead that other one.
So that's pretty much saying Jesus lived for 4 years.
The Romans divided his kingdom among 3 of his sons and his sister. You see that?
And that's prophecy.
Now watch this. Let's go. So Jesus was born Jesus was in Egypt until Herod died. He died in 4 BC, meaning Jesus would have had to been born before 4 BC, according to Matthew. Correct?
Correct.
Right.
Y'all see that? All right.
We just saw that.
Now watch this. Let's go to Luke. And when we talk about.
Hey, say lie, you gonna love this one. Hey, say lie. This is gonna be part of your weaponry, brother.
Yeah.
So you got Matthew 2, and then you got Luke 2. Okay. Jesus' birth in Bethlehem. Let me go ahead and put the Strongs on it.
Surgical with it.
And it came to pass in Luke chapter 2, and it came to pass in those days there went out a decree from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed. And this taxing was first made when Cyrenius was governor of Syria.
Oh, man, there we go.
Governor of Syria. This is when Jesus was born. Now look at this, verse 4. And Joseph also went up from Galilee out of the city of Nazareth into Judea, into the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, because he was of the house and lineage of David, to be taxed with Mary, his espoused wife, being great with child.
Hey, Mally, show it on the screen.
You say, well, oh, my bad, y'all. Dang, I ain't know nothing. Over here tripping. This is Luke chapter 2. Y'all see that? All right, so it says,
read it again.
You say what?
Go ahead and read it again so they can see it, because you got it on the screen.
And it came to pass in those days that there went out a decree from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed. This taxing was first made when Cyrenius was governor of Syria. We're gonna come back and click on him. I just want to show y'all this is when Jesus was born, according to Luke. And verse 4, and Joseph also went up from Galilee out of the city of Nazareth into Judea, to the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, because he was of the house and lineage of David, to be taxed with Mary, his espoused wife, being great with child. And so it was that while they were there, the days were accomplished, she should be delivered. And she brought forth her firstborn son and wrapped him in swaddling clothes and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them in the inn. Now, so we see Jesus born, right? But he's born when Cyrenius is what? Governor of Syria.
Governor.
All right, well, let's see what's
now,
up.
while Mallie pulling this, I'm going to throw a couple of little ad libs in here, right? So peep this. They going up. If you pay attention to the story, this is during the Feast of Tabernacle. So they kill all that old other type of when he was born. In the Hebrew, it had been Tishri. That's around the time he was born. Feast of Tabernacle. It was going up to keep the feast. That's when the governor wanted to do the taxing, because he knew that everybody had to return to their place. That's when he would have got the most money for the taxation. There's enough evidence in the Bible, and I did this a long time ago in some old classes, to actually point out when he was born, around Tishri the 15th, 19th. But go ahead, man. I just want to throw that little tidbit out there.
Yeah, now look at this word. Cyrenius equal warrior, the Greek form of the Roman name Quirinius. His full name is Publius Sulipius Quirinius. He was counseled BC 12, and look at this, y'all, and was made governor of Syria after the banishment of Archelaus in AD when? 6. Look at that. Now, how could Jesus be born? How could Jesus be born in the days of
prior
Herod?
to 4 BC.
Herod died in 4 BC, but he was also born during the times that Quirinius was governor over Syria in 6 AD. That's over a decade apart, bro. That's over a decade apart. Now look, watch this. This is down here. If you go further down, it say Luke made a mistake. Therefore, look at this.
Man, I think you wrote that in there, bro. I think you wrote that in there, man. You own that website, bro.
Look at this. It say, therefore, Luke in his gospel 2:2 has made a mistake in defining the time of this enrollment. For in the last years of Herod the Great, not Quirinius, but Sentius Saturninus was governor of Syria. His successor was Quintilius Varius, and Quirinius succeeded Varius, and then they give you the whatchamacallits. So what they trying to do, they acknowledge that it's 2 different time periods. So they go back and say, well, who was governor over Syria during the time when Herod died? And they saying, well, Luke must have made a mistake. They trying to harmonize the birth of Jesus in here. Therefore, Luke in his gospel has made a mistake. Y'all see that? In defining the time of this enrollment or this taxing. For in the last years of Herod the Great, not Quirinius, but Sentius Saturninus was governor of Syria. So the authors of the Bible, you dig, or not the authors, the historians of the Bible, the scholars, admit that Luke has made a mistake and saying Quirinius was governor over Syria. Why? Because Quirinius wasn't governor over Syria till a whole decade after Herod. You see that?
Sloppy.
They're saying, well, Luke must have meant, the writer of Luke must have put in this guy right here.
Sloppy.
Amen.
It's Saturnius.
Amen.
He was the governor. He was the governor of Syria when Herod was alive. You dig? But Luke don't say Sentius Saturninus. It says Quirinius, nigga.
That's a big difference.
You dig? And it went down. When did that taxation happen? That's all you gotta ask. The taxation happened in 6 AD. It didn't happen in the BC times. You see? So yeah, bro.
It happened after the fact. After the fact.
Jesus is born twice. He got two different births, both a decade apart. Matthew chapter 2, days of Herod. Luke chapter 2, when Quirinius was governor over Syria. That's when the taxation happened.
Wow.
So even if somebody say, well, he may have been governor twice, when did the taxation happen? Ooh. That's all you got to ask.
There's no record of him being. There's no record of him being governor in the time of Herod, so they can't get that off either.
Exactly.
There's no record of him being governor in the time of Herod. Hey, look, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Now you know me and my brother rock hard, bro. Like, bro, we like nigga, like this shit be like we be looking at shit like nigga, we be ahead of our time sometime, bro. Like niggas don't look at this shit. Let me explain what I'm saying. A lot of people read the Bible, study the Bible, and then they talk and preach and teach. Some people look at the Bible, go into the breakdowns like how Malaki did, and then they teach and they preach. Then some people look at the Bible, look at the breakdowns, and then they go into the timelines. Now that's a real deep person. And they very rare. They very rare. Then they teach and they preach and then they correct and then they analytical.
Right.
But the most dangerous person is the one who goes in, he looks at it, he breaks it down, he timelines it, and then he analyzes the timeline. And then he bring all the evidence from everywhere, not scared to leave the book, but look at everything. And he bring it back to the people and say, listen, we either right or we wrong. Stone me if you want to, but I'm standing on this truth.
Right.
Here it is right here.
That's
y'all.
the man you have to be scared of.
Here it is right here. The census of Quirinius was a census of the Roman province of Judea taken when? 6 CE.
There it is.
That's when Luke 2 was saying Jesus was born. But Matthew 2 was saying Jesus was born in the times of Herod. Look, right down here, overview. Herod the Great, 72 through 4 BCE. See? It's two
That's when
different
he
time
be coming
periods.
back to Jerusalem.
It's two different time periods. Luke 2 is the census happens in the year 6/7 of the Common Era. Matthew 2, days of Herod. And Jesus, baby Jesus, was in Egypt until the death of Herod. When did Herod die? 4 BC.
4 BC.
4 BC.
So
He
so
can't be
either
born.
Jesus was just born and he being about 10 or 11 years old. That's a big difference, bro.
See what I'm saying? Bro, we ain't making none of this stuff up, brother. You know what I mean?
Hey, Selah, you get that? Hey, Selah over there taking notes like a motherfucker, boy.
I think he ducked out.
He probably tell you he probably tapped out. But look, I just wanted to show brothers that, man, that you know, so when people be like, you know, it don't lean to Waspi's timeline about Yahshua and Ner. It actually do, because in the Bible you got two different dates for the birth of Jesus or Yahshua. Two different dates. A decade apart. Y'all see that?
Yep.
Yeah, you made that plain.
Come on, bro. Easy money, man. Give us some last words, y'all, before we get up out of here, man. But you know. Easy money.
Hey, bro, you did excellent, man. All thing I can do is salute.
Hey, all praise to the Creator.
Yeah, keep bombing, bro. Keep bombing, big bro, man. An excellent job, man. You know what I'm saying? We don't know how many people are being inspired every single time you go live and share this information, bro. It's really an uncharted reality how many people we have. I mean, Morpheus is a major example of that last night on SI.
Yeah.
So just keep bombing, man. Everybody keep doing good to yourself and do good for somebody else out here in these streets, man. But bless up, big bro. Credit was undefeated.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right, young Prince.
Bless up,
That's
Aki.
right.
Daryl Cosmon, give us some last words, brother.
Hey, Malaki Macabee, as usual, brother, man, you a wonderful teacher. And every time I listen to you, I learn something new. You know, even though the history really ain't my major field of study, you know what I'm saying? I'm more into the science, the philosophy, and the behavioral progressive aspects of things. You see what I'm saying? And so when I listen to my brothers, man, you know, y'all talk about that history, bro. I learn something, man, new every time, and it blows my mind every time. And so I can't do nothing, brother, but thank you and salute you. And keep doing what you're doing and keep light bombing, man. And as always, as always, man, love, light, and balance to everybody, all my brothers and sisters, and all praises to the ever-present great spirit, whose magnitude is incomprehensible and whose presence is everywhere.
Ooh.
My brother Daryl Cosmon in the building. See, La Shalom. Give us some last words, Aki.
Big bro, banging out old Osby way before niggas knew what it was.
Man,
Talk to me, big dog.
my damn phone dropped off right when it started getting good. I'm like, damn, why my phone had to drop out now?
Boy,
Yo,
you
them
missed some
2
valuable
gigs,
shit.
yo. No, I was
Hey,
listening.
bro.
I was listening the whole time.
Oh,
I was taking notes like
Hold
OG
on.
said.
Let me holler at Daryl real quick. Hey, Daryl.
Yes,
Ain't
sir.
nothing like you in this world I ever seen, bro.
Say it again.
Listen to me. This is your big brother. You hear me?
Yeah.
I ain't never seen a man like you in this world before, bro.
What you mean
The
by
way
that?
you approach, the way you teach, the way you articulate, the way, bro, you are something different. And I just want to give you yours.
Yeah.
Well, I'm here to give you a bro. Now you say what you learn sometime with Matt, bro. I be, bro. Anybody be like, damn, you out there on top of you? Bro, you don't lose no level. You don't get brazed. You don't let nobody take you off your seat. Bro, you just be on your game. And I love you for that. I want that
That's
to
love, man. That's love. And you know
because
what? You know what,
I
bro?
get my ass up and choke a goddamn motherfucker out.
Hey, believe it or not, hey, believe
But
it or
you
not,
be on your game.
hey,
And I
believe it or
love
not,
that
though,
about you, bro.
believe it or not, though, man, is
You're a
watching.
righteous teacher.
Thank you, bro. But listen, I'm gonna tell you this: watching Malaki Macabee, Selah Shalom, and Cal, I'm gonna tell you, man, they keep me sharp. You know what I'm saying? And they've been my biggest inspiration to be on my A game like that. I'm just gonna keep it real with you, man. It ain't something that just happened just because I was like, I woke up one day and was like, oh man, I'm gonna teach like this. No, man. I look at them, man, and watching them help me discover it within myself.
Mm-hmm.
Selah is like the OG. Like he's a monster, but smooth. He's a monster.
Hey, Daryl, when you go, Daryl, you gonna do a
You, boy, you's a slick. Throw it in there and cut him and come back out and be talking real nice to him.
Yeah, I saw somebody tried to rebut your video, man, that you did the other day. You know what I'm saying? They failed miserably, but they jumped out there and said a whole bunch of
Yo, who
nonsense.
you talking about, Prince?
I'm talking about
Nick Rose over on Paradigm. Those GT and them. Yeah,
yeah. I ain't never heard of them.
It was so dry. I'm like, these niggas don't even know fuck they.
Oh yeah, man. Cal had to get it better. Cal was like, I
This
can't
was
take it no
recent?
more, man.
Yeah,
this was yesterday.
Yo, this was recent?
Hey, look, shout out to
You said yesterday.
Yeah, that was yesterday. That was yesterday, man. So I was watching it. I was like,
Prince love too, though.
This is
to the
pathetic,
young
man.
lion, to the young
Yeah.
lion who got them teeth and them claws, boy, sharpened, fangs long, but he ain't long in the tooth. Hey, that boy jump on every dang thing fighting, boy. Hey, love you.
Yeah, man. All praises to the credit, man. Look, we ain't backing down from no smoke at all, bro. That's all I was just saying. Like the cats,
love it.
they came out to challenge and rebut Daryl Cosmon's video he did on Yahweh being a bloodthirsty demon, and they look terrible and silly. But I don't know if he gonna go back and do another one or what. But you know what I'm
He
saying?
gonna
It's
have
just
to. He ain't got to. What I'm saying is, this is my opinion. What he did was so profound, you can't do it once. You got to revisit it to put it back in their face again. That's all I'm saying. You got to put it back out there because it's too good. It's too much knowledge, and it's worthy to be said over and over again to wake our people up. You can't put it out there and let it go down
big facts.
under the couch as a dust bunny. It can't become a dust bunny.
It's too much light. It's too much light in that video, man.
It's too much light, bro.
Yeah, that's why I gotta. I know
That
Melly trying
video
to get
anyway.
up out of here, but that's why
So I let it to me now.
I gotta tread lightly with this next one, man. I do. I gotta tread lightly with
And
this
look,
next
you
one.
know
though.
Mally, man. Look, Mally gonna run out in the middle of the street because he's the first inmate. My name for Mally is first inmate. His file number is 0000000. The motherfucking
salute
inmates
to the
are running
gang.
the asylum. That nigga is the first inmate, though.
Hey, man.
I know.
Hey, yo, Prince, you about ready to hit the fill in them debates in a minute, ain't you?
Yeah, man, I'm still working it out with them niggas, but you know, it's funny. You know, I gotta when I go up there, I'm just gonna do a presentation. It ain't gonna be a debate first. A couple cats tried to challenge me to an actual debate, but I was just like, look, I'm gonna do a presentation, come up here and bomb on the false deities, and if anybody want to challenge me after that, then we might set something up. But Chris Harris
Chris,
challenged
you got
me.
a whole team behind you, bro. You got a whole team
Right.
behind
That's what I'm about to say. We move as a unit. So if you
take one with
a debate, you know what I mean? We're gonna be great.
Yeah, I think Chris Harris had asked me to debate him, or challenge me to a debate about the presence of the Creator, which is wild. But
yeah, he lost.
But you gotta make sure, always make sure when you take it to.
Go ahead.
My fault, Salakia.
Oh no, I was just saying, you know, because cats like to be slick, like they want to be one sided. Like if he's gonna debate you, you got to know where he's standing at, so you have something to attack. Because a lot of these cats like Garfield, the Chris Harrises, they'll try to hide where they really stand at as far as their spirituality and just be on the attack. So you always convict them niggas and make sure where they stand at, so you have a point of attack.
Right. Yeah, I gotta have a target to shoot at. Y'all can't just be bouncing around subjects. Nah, we're gonna make, one solid premise and stand on that premise. And you already know I'm standing 10 toes on Creator. That's why I told him, I said, I'll debate you on if there's a Creator or not. I ain't got no issue with that, bro. That's easy work for me. But
I can't wrap my head around how you. I can't wrap my head around how you got people pursuing you to debate you.
Yeah,
that's because you win. Listen to me, man. Now me, boy, I don't give a fuck about nothing, but I care about everything. I'm gonna pull you up on the phone and explain what Big Mike told me, my old man. Bro, I got a dog in every fight, boy. I'm dead. You gonna know you was here with me.
Word.
Man,
you know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. Salute to the gang, man. I appreciate each and every one of y'all, man. I know Mally trying to rock it out.
Salute.
Hey, look, Mally got his second win. He be all right.
Love what you're doing, Prince. Keep doing what you're doing, brother.
Mally like, no.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna out of here,
for
man.
music.
Love, light, and all that good stuff in between, man. Salute the gang, creator gang, though. All praises to the ever-present creator that always was, is, and never shall be. The mighty and great spirit, the mighty and great I am. magnitude is incomprehensible. And who's
That's
present
Paul right there.
every word.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to my brothers and sisters. Hey man, I want my feet on the neck of these niggas.
Straight up.
Yeah, light workers. Light workers. You know what I mean? And guess what? There's a storm coming. Matter of fact, the storm already hurt. You dig? A polar vortex, baby. Until the next time, family. I'm about to feel. Y'all make sure y'all love on each other. Hug yourself. You dig? And look, try to live to your eyes.
Big up yourself.
I got one more thing to say, bro.
My friends, dig, stay 10 doubles down and focus in this work, man.
I got one more thing to say,
It is
man.
I, Paul. It is I, Christ, come to save you.
Yeah.
I got one more thing to say, man.
I know you got one more. You got about 10 more things to say. Nigga, go ahead and talk.
Man, boy, I've been around a long time, boy. It's happened when you get over half a century. You'll be here in a minute.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
So look.
Why did you pick against them?
Hey, I thank all y'all for loving my brother, man. You hear me? There was a lot of haters, man, that did not fuck with my brothers, boy. But when he came, they wrote him off. They threw him off, told him he lost his life. We had a sister that jumped on here and said, y'all fucked up for this. You hear me? And Mally been banging every hot seat. Y'all bros been with him. Y'all been in every hot seat. And listen, they closed that bullshit door, and nigga, y'all been outside, bro. I thank y'all. Create a game forever, bro. You hear me? Y'all been outside. And I thank y'all for taking my little bro in, bro. He lost a bullshit family and got a better family, bro.
That's right.
And I thank y'all for loving my little dude. Y'all straight show mad love, my little dude.
And the next time, y'all stay down until we come up, baby. You feel me?
Let's get it.
Ready,
Gang,
gang.
gang.
Man, I catch y'all backstage. You know what I mean? One love.
Peace.